Press 3 if you're gay. Press 4 for a freeway. Think about who? Think about what? Think about sluts. Do they know they're sluts? Let's find out. As a disclaimer, you're a bitch, and you should feel like a bitch. Bake cookies and blank on them. Give the icing. So sticky. You should fuck. You should fuck with men again and again. Even on a dip. Even on a bad day. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the
I make all my songs live on Twitch. You can check that out in the link down below.
Hi, how's it going? How's it going? Let me get the music on and we can hang out. Sorry for the wait. I actually have a new headset on today. It's not as visible as usual, but it actually fits in my ears and it's really comfy. So we'll see if it'll help with my gameplay later today. I mean, we're gonna hang out for a bit first, but I think I might play some games today. I'm really craving some gaming. I've been busy. I've been doing basic bitch admin shit all day, and I've been so eager for some dopamine and some fucking skill points on something, anything. Fuck me. So yeah, we're gonna be doing a little bit of A, a little bit of B, a little bit of gaming, a little bit of me. Frostpunk 2, let us decide again. I really enjoyed watching the society that you would help build, to be honest with you. To be honest, it was fun. But I haven't decided yet. The rabbits, Anita, they will rebel. Since when have they not? Like, since when have rabbits ever consistently been helpful and, you know, like, what's the word? I don't even know the name of the word because I'm not exactly, I was not a very obedient child. So I get it, you know, I get it. Mert, thanks for the 5 gifties. Hope you're doing well, sweetheart. Ginger Wine, thanks for the 69. And Sonny, thanks for the bits. Ant-Man, you absolute fucking legend. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's insanely generous. And Sislak, thanks for the 55 month. Divines Park Within, thanks for the 4 month. I appreciate it. I'm not a very obedient adult, to be honest with you. Do you think what on earth gave you that impression? I really wonder. Do you have a playlist of the songs that you play before the show starts? The show. I do. But like I stopped sharing it with people for the simple reason that like people get a bit obsessive sometimes and get a bit parasocial, and like sometimes people see like notifications on my Discord that I'm listening to Spotify. And there's like this thing where you can listen to people's Spotify songs with them. And like, so any playlists that I make and just listen to, like when people are interested in what kind of music I listen to, they like start trying to listen in on what I'm listening in on. And then like, I'll get 8 or 9 messages. Whenever I realize that that's pinged back on for one reason or another, I'll get like 8 or 9 messages from random freaks who think that my playlists or like my song choices that I'm listening to are messages to them. That I somehow know that they're listening in, and know that, like, and I've chosen these songs to tell them something, to secretly communicate with them. And they'll message in DM like, I don't know what you mean, ho! Or they'll be like, I don't want to break up with you, please stay. Or, I'm sorry, my love, it's over. This is the last message you'll get from me. After that song you played, I don't think I can forgive you. And then, like, 5 minutes later, they're like, so hi again, my love! Like, every single weirdo that's ever promised that it's the last message they'll ever send, it's never the last message. So, yeah, basically, I have been very careful ever since about, like, maybe not encouraging people to listen to songs just because I've listened to them. Maybe not encourage people to put too much focus on any background noise or anything. Yeah, no matter what. Anita just listens to Bardcore day and night. So to be fair, I only used to listen to it during Manor Lords, but I have found myself doing like the laundry to it, or like, you know, just doing basic chores and shit to it, because it goes hard. Paul, thanks so much for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. A Bones, thanks for the 59. Woo! Rain, thank you. Oh my god, thank you! How are you this generous? Thank you so fucking much, Rain. I hope you're having an amazing day. Above and beyond? What does that mean? What is above and beyond? Ha! I love your teeth. Thank you. People are very surprised by my teeth, especially when I say I'm British. You know? And I've only had like 1 or 2 dental interventions in my entire life, and they have been fairly recent. Like, I didn't have any fillings or dentist appointments growing up as a child. Like, when I was little, my step siblings both had fillings when they were little kids. But I'd never really had any fillings or any like toothache or any problems at all. And then I fully grew up and I had a filling, first ever filling, and I was like, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, that was pretty intense. Yeah, that's actually it. I had a professional cleaning and it was gritty. I think they like buzzed away some of my teethy or something, because it was like, I felt like I had sand in my mouth after. I was like, I thought you were just going to clean away the grossness. I didn't think you were just going to like buff away, like file down my teeth. Wisdom teeth removal. Oh yeah, that was it. So I've had a wisdom tooth removed and a filling. That was it. I was like, I swear that was the second thing. God, you have a better memory of my mouth than me. This is disturbing. Not surprising, given I've got fuck all short-term memory, but still. At least I've got you guys here to remind me of my entire life. Do I want these on or not? Do I wear them? I don't know. I feel funny. I feel like I look like such a nerd. It's like the cone of shame for me. I'm like, aw, man. You look like a librarian. No, I don't. We've had this rant before, Sergeant Taco. The only reason I only look like a librarian to people raised by Pornhub. Like, if you've ever actually been to a library, it's full of little old ladies. They don't, peaceful, sweet little old ladies, Like, the idea that, like, librarians are like these young women who, that look a certain way is just entirely a porn thing. But, I guess in a roundabout way, despite the self-report, it's kind of a compliment, though, if you think that I look like a porn librarian. To be fair. Do you have a Nintendo Switch? Yeah, I do. I used to have two, but I gave one to my mom. I bet your mom would know Animal Crossing. Why does that sound like a schoolyard insult though, Peaks? Why does that sound like an attempted your mum joke? Somehow. Some way. I don't have enough sleeve to clean my fucking murky glasses. They're like murky. Science dude, thank you so much for the 24 month. That's insane. Thank you. And Richard Aspen, thanks for the 100 bits, hun. And Paul and Hart, thanks for the bits. And the gift subs! Guys, thank you so much for being so generous today. This is insane. This is an awesome welcome. How to clean your glasses. I think you just rub them. You just give them a rubbing. But they're still fucking murky. So annoying. Do you think that handheld stream gaming machines are the future? I kind of feel like it's weird to say are they the future when they've been here. If you mean just like handheld. Oh, you mean specifically Steam gaming machines? I don't know. I've never touched one. Not that I'm opposed. Just like I've got so much gaming stuff around me. I don't really need it. Uzumaki, thank you so much for the reprime. Use dry soap, no water. It prevents skin grease accumulation. Oh my god, that's another reason why I'm kind of sad about needing glasses is like that I saw someone buy a thing where you just submerge them in this like glasses bubbler thing. It's like a little pool of water, like a little well in a box. And like his glasses look clean as fuck. But like it made the water into literal fucking swamp water. It looked like bidet water. It looked like fucking disgusting. It was so gross. And he's like, ow, that was on my face. That was on my face. Ah! So anyway, link. I've got a fucking sponsored link in the description. I was like, oh, let's go away. And then I came across another person who was unsponsored. Who was like, ah. Why is it so dark? Why is the water so disgusting? Are you based in London? No. It's weird. I wonder, what's the biggest, mainest city in America? Like all of America. Because like, I never see people go, oh, you're American? Are you from this specific city? Like ever. New York? But I never see people say that. I never see people go, oh, you're American? Are you from New York? Are you based in New York? Ever! Washington, D.C. is the capital of the country, so... Yeah, but like still no one goes, oh, do you live in New York? No one! I've never heard an American be asked that, and I've spent so much time around so many Americans. It's like, what? Why? Why does everyone think that everyone from the UK is from London? Thank fuck no. No, I'm not from London, but I would not confirm which city I was from anyway. Yeah, it's like up there with, do you know the Queen? I wouldn't know how to place where someone in the UK is from their by their accent. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of accents in the UK that aren't really shown much in the rest of the world. So, like, I've never seen an American show where someone with a thick Yorkshire accent was a character, or, you know, a Brummie, or a Welsh person, you know? Like, I've never seen that. There are definitely some overlooked accents where, you know, people would have no idea where you come from. And, like, whenever those accents, and they're not obscure, there's so many people with those accents, right? Whenever someone has one, people just assume they're Irish. They're like, oh, a strong accent I can't place, must be Irish. Welsh, Liverpool, Manchester, Yorkshire, Somerset, you know, even to a degree, Scottish, you know? Oh, thanks, Dudgy. Oh, wow, 60 fucking months? Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Oh, wow, that's a fucking huge subtrain. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the warm welcome. Huh. As an American, I've been asked if I was Irish when in Iceland and Germany. Huh. Yeah, that's the issue. A lot of people who are, you know, English is their second language, they're never going to place you. You could tell them you're from any fucking where. It's amazing. I guess it means that you could just tell them you're from anywhere you want. Tell them you're from their mum's house. It will go well, I promise. Yeah, I feel like people appreciate a good joke. I walked 11 miles across the English-Scottish border, and the accents at either end were radically different. Yep, you just need to toss a stone across the street, and wherever that stone lands, there'll be a slightly different accent. It's ridiculous. And like, there's a lot of history in the UK for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years. Like, we have folklore and practices that are like 12,000 years old, right? So, of course, from small region to small region, there's going to be a lot of cultural developments, a lot of cultural richness, which has influenced a lot about how those people behave. But we've also just had a lot of invaders, like so many different invaders from all across Europe who came here and established their kind of little stakes and territories and, you know, brought a lot of their culture and mingled it in with us. And then, as well, each county used to have a fucking king at some point, you know, or a lord. And so, like, these places became their own, like, mini countries for a while. Like, there is so much history here. It's obviously there's going to be a lot of different influences on language and behavior and culture. People don't realize how new the US is. Yeah. It's a very recent country. Yep. Mm-hmm. Canada's also a new country, come to think of it. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of scary. There are houses in my area that are older than the USA. Yeah, to be fair, there's a lot here that's older than the US. There are public loos here that are older than the US. There are roads. There are, you know, coins probably. You know, I find sea glass. I find trash that's older than the US all the time on the beach. I'm not even joking. Do you have a favorite county in the UK in terms of scenery besides Cornwall? Derbyshire is pretty beautiful. Ha! Shh. Where else? To be honest with you, Bath is pretty amazing. Bath is gorgeous. Shush. I want to see Stonehenge one day. It is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'd recommend going during the solstice. There are 2 a year, but you should go during the solstice. It's very quiet, very cold, very windy during any other time. But during the solstices, you get like really cool atmosphere. You get like the olden practices revived. Like people are singing, people are dancing, people are doing all kinds of crazy shit. Like it has like this really cool atmosphere, and it has some of the old traditions to it. 12,000-year-old traditions. So it's a pretty cool place, and it's nice to be a part of something. It's nice to like get that little link with your ancestors. But they just very recently found out that one of the stones there was taken down from Scotland. One of the stones, they've only just realized it, but one of the stones is from Scotland. And when you think this was put together thousands of years ago, to drag that stone, that enormous fucking stone, from the top of the country down, like, must have taken years. And the terrain is hard and awful. It must have been so fucking challenging to move that stone. I have no idea why they did that. I wonder why they did this. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. I mean, there are so many reasons. If you think about it, like if it was from an ancient time before they knew about countries beyond England, they might have thought that the top of England was the top of the world and the bottom of England was the bottom of the world to them. So you never know. They might have just taken stones from all corners of the earth to bring that power to the center. Like, it might have just been some like weird spiritual thinking. But that's just me spitballing. That's not actually backed up by anything. There's a legend that Stonehenge was built in Ireland by giants, and Merlin bought it here by magic. Yeah, that's probably bullshit though, because Merlin is very likely not to have ever existed, seeing as reference to him doesn't exist before like some French author made some fictitious fantasy novel a few hundred years about him and Arthur. So it's very likely that neither Arthur nor Merlin specifically existed. Also, the site of Stonehenge is incredibly old. So we've been able to carbon date traces, archaeological evidence of rituals, and ashes and other sorts of like artifacts have been shown that there has been practices on those stones and at that site for thousands of years, which would predate Merlin and Arthur, even if they did fucking exist. And then on top of that, before the stones were there was a wood henge, and the wood henge was constantly replaced and maintained for thousands of years before the Stonehenge was put there. So they kind of like brought it up a notch to stones after thousands of years of already worshipping there and doing the things that whatever it was that they did there. So for generations upon generations, for thousands of years, over and over again, they did this specific thing at solstice. And we know that they celebrated solstices, even if we didn't have a lot of evidence, right? We know that they did, because the stones are oriented to track the movement of the sun, and to specifically celebrate, like it frames the longest and the shortest days of the year. So like it's kind of, I don't think that whoever made that kind of rumor, I don't think it's really based in anything concrete or remotely reliable. Carbon dating the stones or human remains. Big difference between how both carbon dates can be interpreted, as far as I know. Okay, so yes, we know how old the stones are. Stones are millions of years old. And like carbon dating how old a stone is very different from carbon dating, say, remains or artifacts or, you know, ashes from cremated animals at the site, because they would over and over again cremate animals. But also there was a small settlement, a small village that was nearby, that's been there since I think around this, like either the Stone or the Bronze Age. And there are loads of barrows. I don't know if any of you know what a barrow is. There was all these mounds, these barrows, which are burial sites for kings. They are fancy king burial sites, and you can see them whenever you go to Stonehenge. There are these distant mounds everywhere, right? A lot of them have been robbed or kind of like kind of what's the word when people come and steal all of the stuff inside, but they've been ransacked basically. The few that weren't, and where archaeologists were able to uncover like stuff from inside them, are thousands of years old, or hundreds of years old, I think. Like they're all buried at different times. So, you know, we have like stuff that puts this particular area as a holy site, as a site of significance for a very, very long period of human history. We found like little artifacts like brooches and things like that from those times around Stonehenge as a site, showing that for a long period of time, items that can be dated back to these time periods are being found scattered around the stones, at the same time as there not really being much of a reason to go to that stoned area. Like, we have, like, a huge trail of evidence that there was human activity for thousands of years in the area. I don't think it's like carbon dating and we mistakenly carbon dated a stone and went, if the stone is 5 million years old, then the site must be 5 million years old to the humans who used it. Like, no, I know there's a big difference between the two. It's okay. Thanks, Cormac. I appreciate the gifties. You should be a professor in a university somewhere in history. Nah. Like, I think that's really sweet of you to say, but no. I kind of feel like anyone, like, this is base level random pockets of knowledge that is a regular symptom of being a human in 2025, because we've all had access to the internet for quite a while. So when you were a kid, a lot of us who are like 30 something or older, we didn't have access to like all of the world's knowledge at our fingertips in an instant. We can go, why is the sky blue? Why do snails leave a trail? How are babies made? Like, we had to just trust people to tell us, and those people quite often didn't know. Like, my mom, when she was a little girl, asked her mum, how does thunder happen? How does thunder and lightning happen? And her mom told her it's when clouds bang together, because her mom didn't want to look stupid, so she just invented an answer. And then my mom went to school and they were like, how do you think lightning's made? And she's like, oh, and she put her hand up and she went, it's when clouds bang together. And they were like, wrong. And like all the kids laughed at her. So like, you know, if you just had to trust your elders and they may not necessarily know. Whereas like today, in this day and age, if you have a question, you can just find the fuck out. And also you can educate yourself according to your curiosity. And curiosity helps you to remember and learn things so much better than just being told to know something at school. So of course I'm gonna have some like varying degree of like superficial knowledge about a bunch of shit. I've grown up with the internet. Why would I squander that opportunity? I've learned about a bunch of stuff. Doesn't make me a professor in history. I've read so many books on authoritarianism and autocracy lately, it's scary. Yeah, I feel like one cool thing about living in a turbulent time is watching people educate themselves while they still can, because there's an escalating amount of books that are now getting banned. So, understandably, people are hungrily devouring knowledge that is very soon to be forbidden from them. Like, if I was in a country that was in the process of destroying or banning books, I would make a cache of these books and I would bury them somewhere safe because I wouldn't want them to be lost to history. Whether I agreed with the contents or not, I kind of feel like it's good to be able to look back, say, 100 years ago and understand the culture of the time. Like, I don't necessarily think that the only reason why you'd have a book about a thing is because you agree with all the sentiments or because you like want to learn how to become like this person. I'm sure many people have read things like Mein Kampf and stuff like that, you know? Like I'm sure people have read those books and not because they wanted to agree with them, but because they wanted to understand how people were thinking at the time for such an atrocity to occur. So, like, with that in mind, I'd go looking through the banned book list and I would start preserving the shit out of those books for future generations, you know? Like, I don't think that I don't think that any book should ever be completely deleted from history. I feel like some books purely because they are atrocious should be preserved forever. Like people don't seem to understand that Americans like were awfully cannibalistic savages and that they took slaves from Africa and then ate them. Like people don't know that Americans were eating black people, that there were books like The Delectable N-Word where people were making recommendations on how to cook and eat them. And it was such a mundane day-to-day practice. There were black people who were lynched and eaten during the lynches. There are famous lynchings where they not only lynched someone, they all stood around gleefully smiling and taking selfies with the body, and then they ate them. And I kind of feel like those books should be preserved because people kind of skim over that fact. And I feel like it makes a very, very good point because one of the stereotypes that racists have about other countries is that other people's culture or other people's cultural identities and things like that, or history, is savages. But like, I kind of feel like those racists would have a different view and would not really see any superiority or differences between their culture and the atrocities of the world if they really knew anything about their history. Selfies? Yeah, you didn't know about the selfies. So they would quite often take photos of themselves stood near the bodies of people that they'd lynched, and they would make them into postcards and send them to their family and friends. And there are people who are alive today who back then were receiving those postcards. Like they've still got postcards from their cousins, uncles, fathers, friends, you know, like that have lynchings on them. So yeah, I kind of feel like having those vestiges of history so that we know the truth is important. I feel like that information shouldn't die. That information should never disappear. We should know that forever. We should know that happened forever. And like from that perspective, like I feel like if you are in a country right now, or even just a state where they're banning books, you need to go look up that list and preserve that for future generations. Whatever it is, whether you agree with the books or not, like they should not disappear. Like it might even be worth just sending them to a friend in another country by the post where they're not banned. Or giving the book list to a friend and some money and being like, hey, can you buy these and save these? Can that be my contribution to history? Because for all you know, it might be the last copy that ever exists. Pausing the music. Yeah, it's kind of cool that I can do that just by tapping the side of this. Joey Noodles, thanks so much for the 57 month. You absolute legend. And Juicy's host strings. Oh, Juicy shoestrings. Juicy shoestrings. I can't wait to accidentally call you host strings next month if you resub. I'm too dyslexic for these names. Doesn't that information stay on the internet forever? No, the internet is not forever. Like, people used to think that the internet was forever because whenever people did cybercrimes like fucking revenge porn and bullshit like that, people like, once it's up, you can never take it down. And like, there was that family where that girl was beheaded by her mod, and they couldn't get the pictures off the internet. People were selling shirts and things with her dead body on. Like, that was like a thing. And so people took from those kinds of atrocities, oh wow, the internet's forever. You can never really truly take anything down. People can just save it and reshare it forever, and you can never really keep ahead of it. And it's, you know, but the truth of the matter is that nowadays, like a huge percentage of the websites ever created are completely gone from the internet and lost to history. That these websites don't just stay forever, they slowly disappear and aren't backed up on some massive fucking database somewhere or anything. They just disappear. And so, like, and also the internet is becoming increasingly regulated and changed by people who run the platforms that all of this information exists on. So now we live in a techno-feudalist age where, like, there are rules for if you're poor, there are rules. If you're rich, you can do whatever the fuck you want and the world is your bitch. And like, so these rich people are like, well, if I have a political view, I can push it on everyone who uses my social media platform and like completely destroy and, you know, delete anyone who disagrees with me. Ha ha ha. And like, that is now happening en masse too. So whenever there's a political shift in the billionaires that own a specific country, there is a shift in what information you get access to and what's deleted forever. So I don't think that you can just safely assume that everything of value to you is just on the internet forever. I don't think you can assume that. I think that would be a bit naive to assume at this point. If something's important to you, if there's a vestige of history or a book or a thing that you really care about, maybe you should get a hard copy of it or two. And maybe you should like learn how to keep it so that in the best possible way, so it's nice and preserved. Because you might be the only reason why future generations ever know it existed. There's a reason why tyrants burn books. Yep, absolutely. Oh wow! Oh wow! Wow! I should call you. I'm not gonna make that joke.
Seriously, you're a goddess, sweet Anita.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Not so cool socks. Thanks for the £100. I was gonna say something funny, but I won't. I won't. I won't. Oh. Isn't your job to say funny things? Yes. Moving on. Breakfast. What books would you preserve? I don't know. I think there are a few science books I would definitely preserve. I think that there are books like Getting Off by Robert Jensen, which was quite an eye-opener for me, and I feel like it encapsulates a lot of the fucked up shit that's been happening to our generation that might be very quickly forgotten in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And also, even if it's not forgotten, I don't think people will truly understand what impact porn had on our generation at all. And I feel like that book really, really encapsulates that journey and the realization of that journey and like the cultural kind of commentary of everyone involved from many different perspectives, talking to people who are porn actors and actresses, talking to people who consume porn, talking about porn conventions, talking about the author's relationship with porn, like just so many cool things in such a beautiful level of detail. Like I wish we had books like this from like the 1400s or like some medieval time where we could like get a window into like the people's souls and culture and like the things they battle with on like such an intimate level as that book does. It's so interesting. And then probably Delusions of Gender by what was her name? Cordelia Fine, which is a book about how sometimes we exaggerate the differences between males and females in science when the science doesn't actually back up the hard lines we draw with gender. So what she's saying is things like sometimes we convince people that they're going to be bad at things because of their gender when they're not bad at things. Like she pointed to an example where a lecturer was talking about how mathematics is naturally a male field and that men are naturally better at mathematics because the regions of the brain which are required during like calculus and stuff are just larger in male brains. And she, like, I think it was her, it might have been somebody that she was just writing about. Someone stood up in the lecture, one of the people in the audience, and said, could you tell me the regions of the brain that are specifically bigger in males than in females that give them this advantage? What regions of the brain do we use during math? And which ones are specifically bigger? Which ones do you use? Which ones are bigger? And he was like, baba, and he could not fucking answer. And the reason he couldn't answer, any neuroscientist would know, is because mathematics doesn't have a specific region. It causes a lot of communication between multiple regions all across the brain. There isn't a maths mark, like there isn't like a section you could draw a circle around that's just maths, and that like lights up and goes, bing, my turn, this is my turn to shine. So that lecturer made it up on the spot. But because he has a qualification and he had like lots of like highly prestigious qualifications, everyone in the audience would have just taken that at face value without someone questioning him, right? And so like there are loads of surreptitious moments throughout our lives where we're taught that there are much bigger differences between men and women than there actually provably are. And knowing the limitations of our understanding is good for us. Knowing that we don't truly have this concrete grasp on the differences or how anything in our brain works is good because we know where we need to learn and what we need to investigate. Like having some level of understanding of how little we know is going to progress us, is an advanced look at the brain. But like this regressive idea of how the brain works based on like blue brain, pink brain is dumb, and it comes from the Victorian times. It comes from Victorian misogynists. It doesn't actually have a basis in science as much as we like to claim it does. And like that book changed my idea of what I was capable of, and it made me put myself out there. It actually made me go, well, I don't have a natural advantage. The world wants me to think that I have a natural disadvantage in things, or a natural advantage at other things, and I think I'm just going to just find out what I'm actually capable of. And I feel like shedding this like quiet surreptitious expectation that I will be shit or good at things, and just actually going by the merit of what I actually achieve was hugely liberating and actually made me a smarter person overall. So I feel like that book would be amazing to read in like 300 years' time if we do ever map out and fully understand the brain, to know what it was like to just be fumbling around in the dark, not understanding what influences our behavior or how much we can do. Like, to know that people were trying to put this down to your gender instead of down to like your level of capability, and to know, like, because it's going to be hilarious looking back when we actually find out what does make you better or worse at maths. Like, the fact that people would put it down to your cock is going to be hilarious to people in 300 years' time. Like, people used to think that women had a wandering womb, and that like certain conditions were because your womb was unfertilized, and so it would dislodge from its natural position in the body and start walking around inside you, wreaking havoc in areas it shouldn't, because it's desperately hungry for sperm. And they didn't even know about sperm at that time, I don't think. Just desperately seeking some instigator for fertilization. Like, yeah, that's insane that they ever thought that. And we only know they ever thought that because we have records from the time. So even if something turns out to be wrong, it's still worth keeping. The idea that something is so wrong that we should have to delete it is like deranged and stupid. You know, I'm so glad we know about the wandering womb theory. You know? Yeah, that's the word where the word hysteria comes from. Really? That's incredibly horrifying, but cool to know. I don't know how to feel about that fact, but I'm glad you told me. Hang on. I'm just gonna mute the thing. There we go. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Amazing. Okay, so you guys get to watch me make my bunnies happy. Or not. Okay, let me know when it's fucking ready. That's been happening a lot lately. I don't know if the mod who's on this is it's back. Okay. I don't know if they just go on a sandwich break at 10. But I will be right back. Okay, I gotta go make them happy. tasty. There we go. Oh, I was just about to put my glasses on when I'm already wearing my glasses. Like, I literally sat down and went, oh. Oh, did the music go? Oh, press play. You'll be happy to know I can't tell which glasses you're wearing today. Yeah, it's funny that I bought two different pairs that I totally see as different, but apparently they make no difference and nobody knew I had two pairs. This whole time I'm sat there looking at them like, which pair should I wear today? And it turns out that nobody would have known and nobody ever cared. How many rabbits do you own? I own 4 right now. Well, 4 live with me anyway. And yeah, that's actually relatively low for me. I've had a lot more bunnies at once in the past, but I feel like streaming keeps me pretty fucking busy. So yeah, I can't be having a massive menagerie right now. How many would you have had otherwise? As many as needed me. Like, there was a time where I had fuck all money and I was literally getting into debt caring for them all, but I still had like 15 rabbits, like 30 to 40 rats, and like God knows how many mice, and a bearded dragon, and a chinchilla, and like random rescue wild animals like baby birds, and you know, all sorts of things. Like, just so many animals, it was ridiculous. Would a rabbit be a good first pet for my 10-year-old daughter? Resoundingly no. No, no, no. I could absolutely say no, 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 no. So the first thing I would say is don't get a pet for your child. Get a pet for yourself that your child can interact with. Because it is you who's going to be caring about them. You should care about them. You like, there were so many people that I had to rescue rabbits from, where like a parent would get a rabbit, not realize that they can live for up to 15 years. Their children grow up and go to college, don't take the rabbits with them, and they're just left caring for them. And they don't really give a shit about them because they were a gift for their kids. So like, they're just abandoned in a hutch out in the back garden, staring at the same fucking fence walls of their tiny enclosure with nothing to do for the rest of their lives. Also, bunnies are really complicated, sensitive creatures that take a lot of money to care for well, need to live with other bunnies, need to have regular injections and shots to prevent diseases that can kill them horribly, need to have their nails trimmed, need their mouth and teeth checked, need their asshole checked, like for maggots that can eat them to death. Like, they're a complicated, expensive pet with very specific needs who don't usually enjoy being handled or interacted with by children. I'd say rabbits are the worst one. I'd say a good first pet is a pet that's relatively independent, low maintenance, not so vulnerable that they can't get away. Don't get your kid like a hamster or a mouse, because that is an animal who can't escape or fight back if your kid is a piece of shit. You should get a cat, because a cat isn't going to maul your kid to death if they're angry, but they can still like scratch your kid and, you know, relatively repel a child if they do something bad or inappropriate, because children are stupid, and children at some point or another will do something where the boundaries will need to be set. And someone who can do that in a harmless way is important. Also, get an animal you're passionate about and care about. Don't get an animal just for your child's entertainment. I feel like getting pets for kids is cool and important because it teaches them that love is your actions, not your words. Because you can have a non-verbal bond with an animal. You learn things like body language. You learn things like altruism. You learn things like responsibility from caring for a pet. It teaches you a lot about being a decent human being. To have a pet growing up is as important for the child as it is for the pet. But get a pet you care about. It is your pet. Never get a pet for a child. Get a pet for yourself. Animals are not gifts. You put someone who's in charge of someone's entire life and existence, and there's someone who can't even be in charge of their own fucking existence, and you are just setting up a little animal to die horribly or early or to experience neglect or abuse. Even if the child is a really good kid and is really nice, they're gonna fuck it up, okay? They're not grown up enough to be in charge of themselves. They should not be in charge of someone else's life. So get a pet for you. Cats are pretty good because they can leave you if you're a shit parent. That's another thing that's really good about cats. They can go and bugger off and find someone decent who can care for them properly if you do a shit job, right? So like, I feel like that's another benefit from having a cat. Like, they're good at self-maintenance. You know, they're not kept in a tiny enclosure where like they can overheat or die of thirst and shit. Like, you generally, they roam around the house. They can tell you about their needs. They can yowl at you and never let you sleep until you fucking feed them or water them. Whereas like a vulnerable little hamster, you might forget to feed them for 2 weeks, especially if it's your 10-year-old who's deciding when it's fed. So like, I would say to avoid as many horror stories and despicable things from happening as possible, get a pet for yourself. Never gift a pet, right? And especially never gift a pet to a child. That is such a bad, shitty thing to do. And then the next thing is, if you get a pet because your child would like to interact with a pet, you get a pet for yourself. You never let the child be in charge of anything regarding this pet. It is entirely your responsibility, okay? The 100%, please, please, please. Cats are easier than dogs. You don't have to walk them. Cats are easier than dogs. They can leave you if you're a shit person. Like, a dog is helpless. They have to live in your house whether you're a shit person or not, whether you can live up to the responsibility or not. If you're overambitious and think you can handle it and you can't, a dog's just fucked. A cat can leave you. Very important difference. So like, I feel like because cats are less vulnerable to you, they are a great first pet compared to other pets. That would be my overview. I hope it helps. Because like, so many people killed their hamsters because so many people are sold hamsters and not told that they hibernate. So they think their hamster just died and they flush it down the toilet. Or they fucking bury them alive and shit. There are so many people who, when I say, yeah, hamsters hibernate, one day they just go to sleep and they don't wake up for like half the year, right? They're like, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah, they look dead, and there's like horrified faces because so many people have had a pet hamster as a kid because they're an easy pet, supposedly, and like they don't know how the fuck to take care of them. So like, yeah, that I, as someone who's rescued animals and has had to deal with the fallout of people being stupid about animals, never give an animal as a gift. You know, I got inundated with hundreds of pets one year because everyone was gifting them for like Christmas or Easter, gifting Easter bunnies. My God, some things make me so fucking violently angry. Oh my God. And people gifting rabbits for Easter. Ah! Ah! Like, some people say that I should be put in charge. There'd be so many people in prison doing life imprisonment for stupid shit like gifting rabbits. Oh my God. It makes me so angry. So like, yeah, please don't gift pets. The things I've seen happen to animals, believe me, don't give pets to a child. Never. Lady Ray, hello sweetheart. Thank you so much for the resub. I agree with starting with a cat, if anything. Dogs are too loyal and too many people take it for granted. As someone who grew up with dogs, dogs shouldn't have been my first pet. I wasn't ready. Yeah, I appreciate that insight. I really agree. I think if you have young kids in a house, I think it's better to have a cat than a dog. Life in prison for gifting a rabbit? Yes, absolutely. The way I see it is pets are little people with unique, completely unique people. You know, if someone has a personality, they are a person, completely unique, sentient, living person who wanted to live, who has hopes and joys, who has favorite foods, who has little quirks of their own, who just wanted to live, just wanted to exist, just wanted to have fun, just wanted a safe, happy life, like all the rest of us. And then you took them and put somebody in charge who didn't ask to be. And this person who has no idea how to care for them, no idea what to do, is suddenly in charge of their entire existence. And even kind people fuck that up. I spoke to a person recently that I just met, and they were talking about how their first rabbit was really needy, and they didn't realize for that rabbit's entire fucking life, 10 plus years, that's because they were desperately lonely, that they live in burrows and warrens with all of their family, and they're not designed to live alone. Just like humans, they can go crazy and they can get desperate and suffer mental health issues if they are forced to spend their entire life alone, which this poor fucking rabbit did because he was clueless and didn't realize that until it was too late to fix. So, like, even just small things that you might not think are particularly huge or significant, or might not even occur to you at all, are like really fucking abusive. And like, so many animals get abandoned and stuff. So many animals die of thirst. There's this stupid rumor in the UK that rabbits don't need water because they get all the water they need from the grass that they eat. That's not actually true. So many rabbits live less than a year. Third most popular pet in the UK. And on average, they don't make it to their first year because people are so shit keeping them. And people gift them to people who have no idea how to care for them because people accept the gift and they go, oh, that's cute. And then they put it in a hutch and forget about it. And they die horribly. Horribly. So yeah, I feel like I wish that I could punish everyone who does this shit. It's mean. They're not objects. If you want something cute to gift someone for a holiday, give them a cuddly toy. Don't give them a person. Don't give them a fucking person, because you can never take it back if you fuck it up. You can never take it back. If someone dies horribly and is denied an entire life because you were stupid, you can't fix that. Once it's done, there's no redeeming yourself. There's no taking it back. They're always going to be dead. You can't undead them. I feel like it should be heavily stigmatized. I feel like it should be severely punished. People should take it as seriously as it is. Don't kill people by gifting them. I'm so passionate about it. I'm so angry. But then I just really care. I just kind of feel, I've been rescuing animals for so long that of course you're gonna have some pent up anger about the ways that people fuck up. If you could get a cat, should you get a kitten or one from the shelter first? I kind of feel like you should never be buying a pet. You should always be getting them from a shelter. Because for every breeder that you pay, you kill a shelter animal. Like for every dog that you buy from a breeder, you are actively murdering a shelter animal. Because shelters are overfilled with dogs waiting for homes, for example. And they get killed after a certain amount of time in a lot of shelters because they run out of room. So they just euthanize them, you know? And this means that like when you pay a breeder, every time they run out of stock, they breed more and they replace that. So every time they restock, they're putting out more and more dogs when there are already too many fucking dogs. And this applies to rabbits and cats too. It applies to most pets. So I kind of feel like it is a shitty thing to do, and it's an actively malicious thing to do to buy a pet if you can go to a shelter. Like, you should be going to a shelter first. They should have absolutely none of this animal left before you consider going and buying from a breeder or a pet store. 100%. And like, I kind of feel like if you care about how the pet looks, you shouldn't have one. You're not ready. You're too shallow. You're a nasty bitch. Like, if you're like, no, it has to look a certain way or I won't love it, then don't get one. Get a cuddly toy, right? Because your pet will age and they're going to rely on you for the rest of their life and they won't be cute forever. They're going to get murky eyes and they're going to look kind of bald in some places. And they're going to look like they're partially mummified by the time they've, gotten old. Like, if the way they look influences how much you care, you are not a pet person. Get a Tamagotchi, you selfish fuck, right? Leave actual lives out of this, right? So if you need it to be a certain breed, you are not ready for a pet. Go to the shelter, go and look them all in the eyes, build a bond with someone there, come home with someone who needs you, who you gel with. You know, quite often shelter animals pick you, which is a really beautiful process where they like notice you as you come into the shelter and they're like, hey buddy, hey. And they like, a lot of people describe like walking up to a specific pet in a shelter and going, I just knew they were the one, you know? And that is such a better bond than just deciding like a specific look for an animal and going and buying one off the shelf like a fucking pair of shoes. Please have some smarts. Be smart, be caring, be like a decent human being. Go to a shelter, get someone who needs you. Don't pay some dickhead to do what they do. Breeders are not good people. There is no such thing as a good breeder. All breeders are shitty people. Every single breeder you know is doing atrocities. They won't tell you about it, but they are. Someone who's been doing animal rescue for years, there's no such good thing as a good breeder. I won't go into the details, but they would sicken you, they would depress you, you would hate them all if you knew what it took to be a breeder. Without exception, there are no fucking exceptions. Please go to a shelter. Please go to a shelter. Don't pay those people. Yeah. Why buy while shelter animals die? Always adopt, never shop. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad you get it. See, and I love that. I think that makes you an absolute hero, Tony. So great to watch my shy shelter dog grow out of their shell and enjoy life again. Absolutely. One of the things I really like about getting shelter animals is that they've had a horrible story so far, and you get to be the reason why it has an amazing ending. Like, you get to be the reason why these animals go through shit and then land miraculously in absolute paradise, you know? And I think that's an amazing thing to do. I think that's a really important thing to do. I think that's like, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, no matter what your history is, you can be an absolute fucking hero to someone. You can change someone's entire life, you know? I feel like, why wouldn't you jump at the chance to do that? Do you have stray dogs in your country? Not really. I mean, I'm sure they exist, but it's so fucking rare. I've never come across a stray dog in the streets or in the countryside or anywhere, really. You just don't really see it. Like, we are animal lovers here in the UK. Like, a lot of people in the UK are really passionate about pets. So if you see a dog wandering around with no owner in sight, you worry. And you usher them over. Like, I see so many videos of people finding lost dogs and then like posting pictures everywhere of the dog and going, is this your dog? And like either adopting the dog if no one claims it, or finding the owner and returning it to the owner. Like, it's not common to find an unattended dog in the UK. Yeah, like, it's just unheard of here. So I think it's quite difficult to be a stray dog in the UK. Very, very difficult. It's easier to be a stray cat than a stray dog. But even then, a lot of stray cats are just cats who have like 7 homes instead of 1, where they do a rotation where they go to different houses to get fed once a day, but they never really live in a fixed space. It's really, really uncommon to find like a proper, like, homeless cat. Like, that's rare. Thanks, Drift Art. I appreciate the prime. I really do. But yeah, animals have been a passion of mine for a very, very long time. I think like gaming, collecting sea glass and making things out of it, doing artwork, climbing, martial arts, growing food. What other hobbies have I had? I think that's pretty much it. I can't remember ever like sitting down and researching something deeply to get good at it. Other than that, jewelry making, I guess, because I did that as a business for a while. But yeah, oh yeah, and I studied animation, of course. I did a whole fucking degree in animation, so I guess I learned quite a bit about that too. Did my whole fucking dissertation in animation. Oh my god. So yeah, it's funny how that was like the afterthought, but it feels like a lifetime ago now. Oh yeah, and graffiti. Thank you. Oh yeah, and Warhammer. Fuck. Yeah, but that was when I was like 16ish, maybe. I don't know, 17? Young. You know? I was young when I got into Warhammer. Would you ever get a portrait of yourself drawn or painted? I already did. Someone did a whole fucking oil painting of me and sent it to me by surprise in my old PO box. I had to shut it down, but like before I closed my PO box, there was a guy who painted a oil painting of me. I used to have it in the background of my stream for a while. Love that thing. I didn't really have anyone do it, but it was made of me, and I'll treasure it forever. It's so cool. Ha! Can we see the painting? I think I literally posted a video about it. I can't remember where I posted it though. I can't remember whether I posted it was either my last one on Instagram or TikTok. Oh, it was on YouTube? Oh my god, I can tell some of you are like hardcore supporters then if you saw that. I technically could go and get it right now if you wanted. Shh. Like, I could go and find it. Like, I'm pretty sure I know where it is. If enough of you put Pepe Laugh in chat, I will go get it. But I need to see like a full-on wall of Pepe Laughs. Like, I need it to like entirely take up the entire chat for me to even consider going and getting it. Like, I don't know if that's enough, honest. Lance, thanks so much for the resub. I love you, I love you, I love you. Nah, that's not enough. Shh. DPS support, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Maybe if I see like a handful more, I'll go. Little bit more. Little bit more. Alright, fine, I'll go. I'll get it. I'll get it. Okay. So does the music pause when I take them off? No, okay, good. Some headsets pause the music when you take the headset off, which is handy in some circumstances, but annoying in this. I'll be right back with the painting then.
Aquaman.
Okay, so tiny little problem. I thought I knew where it was, and it turns out I don't. So I'm gonna have to play the video. I kind of placed it out of the way and put it in a storage room for a bit while I cleaned away. I did a mold apocalypse. There was loads of moldy stuff in my house, so I cleaned it all. I haven't lost it. It's still here. It hasn't been thrown away or anything. But I will have to take a little bit more time than I thought to find it. So I'll show you the video instead. When you have as much clutter as me, like it's because the frame, I put the frame separate to the painting. So I knew where the frame was, but not the painting. But this is the painting.
Final shading and highlights. I was ready to call this painting finished.
And there it is. And it's pretty cool. And I'm really happy that I have it.
Alright, so here we are. The painting is finished.
He was an absolute legend for sending it to me as well. So yeah, huge thanks to the Phantom Painter for doing that because it was such a cool surprise. I was absolutely ecstatic about it. But I used to have it in my background and people used to get really angry and judge me and I would like lose followers over it and stuff. Not because it's not awesome or anything, but because people genuinely thought that I commissioned a painting of myself and they thought it was really egotistical of me to do that and they disliked it. So I had to just enjoy it in my own, like, on my walls in my alone time off stream because it's a ridiculous thing to have consequences for. Brrma. So what if you did? People are so weird. I know. People are much more sensitive than they give themselves credit for. Now you have to find it for Saturday. Fingers crossed. I mean, I should put all my art back on the wall again. I have so much art that I don't really make use of. And I should. We wouldn't see it though. Yeah, but that's okay. You know it exists and that's enough for me. It's a shame because his work is really good and I think he deserves to be appreciated as an artist. How do you feel about AI art? I have a bit of an unusual perspective. I don't see many people talking the way that I do about AI art. Juan Domingo Perron, thank you so much for the 46-month hen. I kind of feel like AI art can't be good or bad. It can only be used for good or bad. It's a mirror. Like much like many things, like money can't be good or bad. It can only be a mirror. It reflects you because good people do good things with money and bad people do bad things with money. And I think AI is much the same, to be quite honest with you. I also feel like sometimes people are barred from being able to create fantastic art by barriers like being too poor or coming from really broken homes and things like this. So if you were not in a position to get piano lessons, for example, and you have a tune in your head that you want to make into a beautiful song, you might be able to say, hum that song to an AI and have the AI convert it into piano music for you so that your creative vision actually gets put out into the world. And I feel like those kinds of uses actually bridge the gap for people. Like there was a student, an art student, who made pottery, but they'd lost both of their arms. So they would make designs for their pottery and have a helper, a support person, actually craft the designs for them of the pottery. And like in those circumstances, I feel like if you don't have necessarily the means to access the things it takes to create something, that I feel like what gives art its soul is your creativity. Like so far, we don't have anything like computerized or automated that is genuinely creative. And so like what it lacks is vision, and it can't really truly invent things. And so people who haven't been allowed throughout their life to put 10,000 hours, who aren't allowed to get a degree or have to support like 3 kids and are like a single parent and don't have the means to sit and, you know, paint for 10,000 hours, but they have a vision of a beautiful piece of artwork that they want for their son, right? I feel like those people now have fewer barriers to create the things in their life that have meaning to them. And I don't think that necessarily has to be terrible in every single way. I don't think that has to be frowned upon in every single situation. Also, AI is saving lives because there was like the crisis recently with disease-resistant antibiotics. And it's becoming a mounting crisis that may actually kill a huge percentage of the humans on this planet. It like might become one of the worst epidemics we've ever faced as human beings, like world-ending event, right? And AI was able to go through many times more simulations and come up with an answer which may actually save us from like the antibiotic resistant fucking apocalypse that we've been facing down for quite a while and getting loads of warnings about from doctors and scientists. So like that treatment may well become a real thing that was entirely invented by AI. There are so many ways in which AI can be a force for good. I don't feel like the real problem with it is that it exists. I think the real problem with it is that it's in the hand of billionaires, and I feel like that applies to anything. You can't trust billionaires with drinking water. You can't trust billionaires with medicine. You know, billionaires will charge you $300 for a $60 fucking diabetes medicine, for example. Like, the issue is that when you do something purely for profit, it reduces how ethically it's produced and sourced and made. The same thing could be said about diamonds, the same thing that could be said about lithium. A lot of the things that people say, oh, you shouldn't use AI because, you know, it has all of these problems. And it's like, meanwhile, you're using a computer to tell me this. And I guarantee you that there were many people killed and exploited to produce the minerals and shit, the raw materials that your computer's made of and your phone. Like, people are so selective with this shit and they don't really think it through. And the issue is not the things that we produce, it's how we produce them. And people are too cowardly to actually face down the problem with our society and the problem with our well, basically capitalism. Like, capitalism either needs to change or be refined and improved. And people aren't willing to do either. So they do all this performative bullshit without any real outcomes. Like when everyone started boycotting palm oil, even though if we all give up palm oil, we'll kill several times as many fucking animals and destroy several times as much rainforest, right? Is people don't do any research before they understand a problem. The same people complaining that AI costs water, that it wastes water, right? It wastes a tiny amount of water compared to a burger. You could save the same amount of water, fresh drinking water, by giving up showering for a year, I think it is, that you would from just having something other than a burger. Someone could go, hey, do you want a burger? And you go, no thanks, I'm gonna have something else. And you would save more water than if you stopped showering for a year. Like, if you're ever eating a burger, you cannot say jack shit about how much water AI uses. Like, that's not That's no, honey. So I feel like how this works is if you have a problem with some of the facets of a new technology, then advocate for laws to make it a force for good instead of a force for bad. But I don't think we can ever put this genie back in the box. I feel like AI in its various forms is going to be here to stay. And I feel like developing a good relationship with it and making sure that it's not harmful to people is the next step, not eradicating it entirely. Do you have the giant African land snail there? Yeah, but I don't whip her out for streams and stuff. Like, I very rarely get her out, and it's usually when she's already zooming and, like, awake. But I don't want to just, like, wake her up and disturb her if she's in her little pot and, you know, she's enjoying her life and she's having a good snooze. Like, I don't feel like just because I'm in charge of her entire existence, I get to just, like, poke her in the side while she's in bed asleep and just, like, dangle her in front of really bright lights when, you know, snails tend to live in the dark and be nocturnal and shy away from light and things like this. I feel like that's not my right to do. So out of respect for her, I won't be just randomly grabbing her. Wake up, entertain people. Exactly. I wouldn't like that done to me. Like if I was sleeping and someone ripped me out of bed and like dragged me by my foot out into the world and pushed me in front of a stage and just waved me around for a few minutes and then dumped me back in bed, I'd be pretty pissed. But I think like the reason why I'm not too upset about I know that there are things that are bad about AI, and I think that they should be improved, absolutely. And I get where artists are coming from there, but I also feel like as an artist, I'm really glad that AI exists because it used to take me thousands of hours to produce an animation. And I kind of feel like anyone should be able to make an animation. I feel like it should be something where if you have a vision and a story, you should be able to create it and it should be as easy as possible. It shouldn't be this huge sacrificial process where you give years of your life to produce something and only after you've spent years and years creating it do you ever find out if people like it or if you can make any money or pay or live off that production or whether it overall turns out to be a loss. Most people are not in a position to be able to create that way. And it completely makes it an elitist situation where you either have to starve and be desperately poor and work, you know, your day job where you get paid and your night job where you make animations and shit. Or like you have to be wealthy enough for this to not be a vulnerable position to be in, which is rare. And I feel like if anybody can tell AI their vision and what style they want it to be animated in, and the AI can do all of the hard work so that you can just be fucking creative, I think that that's beautiful and will open up art to a lot of people who weren't in a situation to be able to. It's kind of like when we used to be rare for people to be able to fucking read. And then we made it in school so that even just like the most average person, most people can read in my country. Whereas it used to be a thing that only the rich could do. You know, it used to be a rare skill to be able to read and write. And it's become mainstream. And I think like being able to produce creative things and beautiful artwork and animations and stuff and that's tailored to you and the things that you want it for is like to remove a barrier that most people would have, you know? So like the idea that AI might make making animations, for example, easier is exciting to me. I don't want people to have to go and do the degree that I did to get close to even knowing how, let alone find the fucking time. Because like at the moment, animation is like a dying art form because it's so expensive to produce. My favorite animated series have mostly been cancelled because they're too expensive to produce traditionally. Like The Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal was a series that is fucking stunning. Oh my god. And like, I'm so amazed at how it was created, but it's so expensive to produce that we won't see any more of it. Even though it was breathtaking. And like, people have waited a good 30 odd years or some shit for this, maybe longer. And it just, you know, there won't be any more. We'll never know how that story ends. And like, that's the way that a lot of animation goes right now, because it's too expensive to produce. So any way that we can make it faster and easier opens it up to more people to contribute to, more people to create. The way AI has been used in everything is abhorrent. It can be, but it doesn't have to be, is my point. There are positive ways to utilize it. I kind of feel like if you're angry about AI, you're not actually angry that AI exists. You're angry at how it's being used. For example, if when AI programs, if they actually asked for the consent of artists to feed their art into it, and they paid a percentage whenever the AI drew from their references, like if people had to pay like an AI engine to make art or to, you know, produce things for them, and there was a repertoire of data sets that it drew from, and it could actually report and you know, trigger the data of like, I used 6 samples, like these 6 artists to create this artwork, it generated this much money for the company, therefore they are owed like a percent each of that profit, then I feel like artists would clamor to feed that so that like they could receive a passive income, for example. I don't think that necessarily AI using references even has to be a bad thing. It just is under capitalism. So like, I don't think that people who are mad about AI are even actually mad at AI. I think that they're mad at how it's being used. I don't know if any of you agree with that though. It's about how people use it. It can kill creativity at the same time. It can produce incredible things, and that helps in a lot of fields. Yeah, I don't know if it even necessarily does kill creativity to the degree that people claim it does. For example, one of the references for me being a little bit more chill about it is I grew up when Photoshop was just a new, barely touched thing. And like when I was at uni, we were being taught how to use Photoshop as well as like Adobe Illustrator and other programs like that, and Maya and 3ds Max, you know, programs to make 3D animations with and things. And there were the old people from all of the, like, the old photographers, the old animators, the old classical artists who were saying that what's the point? It's not actually art if you're getting a computer to do it all for you. And they were saying that about Photoshop. You can't get Photoshop. You can't go, Photoshop, draw me a puppy. Like, you can't. And you couldn't at that time. But that's how people who didn't understand it imagined it. And they're like, it kills creativity. This isn't art. Abolish it. You know, it's going to put us out of business. The traditional methods will die. Our careers will die. You know, there were actual photographers in the photography. Like, I had to do a photography mini course during my animation course, right? And the photographers were saying you need to learn the old ways with the dark rooms and, you know, the old ways of developing photos, the old cameras and stuff, because if you don't, then photographers will go out of business. Digital photography and Photoshop is going to kill our business, and the only way you'll ever get paid for your creativity and talent is if you keep the old methods alive and you deter anyone from using this terrible new technology. People felt about Photoshop in art exactly the same way as they feel about AI. It kills creativity. It's not real art. It's soulless. It's not the same if you get a computer to do it for you. Meanwhile, AI art, like, you can ask it to produce an image, for example, but you have to describe everything about the image, and it still usually does it terribly and can't do things like hands and shit. And you still have to refine and refine and refine to your specific vision because it has no vision. So, like, you are the one who has to decide every last thing about it because it will not invent anything on its own, right? Like, so basically, it's giving you a means to access your creative visions, regardless of whether you can afford the means to produce it, or afford the 10,000 hours if you have to work 2-day jobs to fucking survive, you know, to learn how to paint with oils exactly that way. So like, so long as we don't steal artists' work, this isn't going to hamper creativity. It's going to help with creativity. It's going to give people access to a level of creativity they never had before. It's going to allow people to contribute their visions and the things that they, like the images that they want to like they come up with and invent. You know, their soul is their ideas. Computers don't have ideas. So yeah, I feel like it's very, very unreasonable to want to destroy all of AI. I feel like it's a grand equalizer which can lend to artistry if it's used right. And then on top of that, I also feel like there are plenty of things that AI can't steal your job with. Like there are ways to make paintings, there are ways to craft artworks that an AI generator is not going to be able to do or replicate or even try with. You know, if you can make your art 3D in any way or handmade, that's it. AI can't really fucking compete or do anything about it. Like, if you make a massive canvas with 3D elements and mixed media, like, the thing that makes pixels is not going to steal your job, right? So there are ways to adapt. There are ways to improve the way that you sell. If you want to sell art, there are ways to continue to sell art even if the industry changes. And the thing is, the industry isn't going to go back on AI, so you can't really just bully people into not using it. You can only adapt to the market. And I feel like people did this when we transitioned from from horses and chariots to cars. Like, there were people screaming about how the horse breeders are going to lose their job, we're not going to need as many horses, all this sort of stuff. Like, the person who makes the horseshoes is going to go out of work. We can't have people driving cars, they're dangerous and stupid, and people have to die in mines harvesting all the fucking resources to make them. Or we could just stick to animals that are natural and produce like fertilizer as a byproduct instead of fumes. There were loads of criticisms of our transition to cars, you know, but we still transitioned to cars. And there are still horses. And there are still, you know, people still have relationships with horses. People still keep horses. Horses still exist. Horses are still part of industries. Like, I feel like a market changing is always going to have criticism. I feel like it just needs to be regulated better so it doesn't harm anyone. And then there's no way, then it's just pure benefit from there. Are those glasses fake? I don't see them often. Goofus or loofers? Are you fucking... Why would I fake glasses? And why would I just randomly want you to believe my eyes are shit? So yeah, as someone who is an artist and, you know, did a whole degree in animation, I'm really excited that AI is going to make it easier for you to craft your vision. And I'm especially excited about the advancements in science that are currently happening in real time because of AI. Like, I know that AI has problems, and I think that the people who have a problem with AI actually are just advocating for its regulation, and they don't realize it. And I think it's really delusional and unrealistic to expect people to not want to use it and to just abolish it. I don't think that's going to happen, and I think people calling for it are wasting their time. I think, yeah, that's just my overall opinion. And I don't think that people worried about the water it uses should be eating meat before they complain about it. Like, I don't want to hear any non-vegetarian or vegan people worry about the water AI uses and wastes when, you know, meat wastes several times as much water. Like, you can't say that and eat burgers, my buddy. I will not take you seriously. I mean, one of the nasty side effects of AI is that people have lost touch with reality a little bit, which is kind of concerning. Like, I'm not going to say it's all good. I think like more of a concern to me than the water, for example, is the fact that people ask me every single day if I'm real because they no longer know the difference between reality and AI. Also, nobody's ever going to believe that there are like an alien could literally land and bend the president of the United States over and slap his ass on live TV, and people would be like, "It's probably AI. There's no way that actually happened." Like, there is no way that it's going to be easy to understand what the truth is with AI now. But like, to be honest with you, we've been in that predicament for quite a while with CGI. So before we had like AI making it easy, there was already enough fakery for us to distrust everything we see online. So I don't know if that's actually genuinely a new development. I feel like it's just been compounded by AI. I don't know if any of you agree. I refuse to believe that people can't tell AI from reality. The thing is, like, there are lots of videos of boomers going, "Where is that? I want to go there." And it's like an AI generated, like, video of, like, a fucking waterfall in the shape of Mariah Carey's ass or some shit. Like, I don't know, something really bizarrely specific and, like, totally not real. And, like, some boomers out there, like, "No, that's definitely real. Look at it. It's real," you know? So there is an element of that. Like, there are people on Facebook who there'll be like an AI generated Jesus riding on a narwhal, and there'll be like people going, "Bless him, I love Jesus, look at him go," thinking like it's a real image. Like, not like there's so much stuff out there where there are people who genuinely fall for it. Absolutely. Do you like coffee? So it does give me behavioral issues and it does fuck up my sleep pattern really badly and leave me perpetually exhausted. But I like, the funny thing is I always hated coffee growing up and I never really liked the smell of it and I never really liked anything about it. It was disgusting. So I never really drank any caffeine growing up or in my teens. Then I read a study that said that coffee might help with depression, and depression was kicking my ass in my early 20s. So I was like, fine, I'll give it a go. And then it didn't really help that much for the first week, so I gave it another week. I tried to let it kick in, you know, to see results. I gave it some time. And then by the time I realized that it really wasn't really doing that much for me, I had already developed a caffeine addiction and ended up continuing to drink the coffee. Regrettable situation, honestly. But every year I relearn that coffee is a lie. It doesn't actually give me additional energy. It leaves me progressively more exhausted. And the more tired I am, the less self-control I have. The less self-control I have, the more the ADHD and the impulsivity just fucks with my life. So overall, like, coffee is like a life-ruining black substance. And it's like, my belly doesn't like it. My belly goes like constantly when I drink it. Like, it makes my poop softer, not something I actually need. You know, I get plenty of fiber. This is not a perk, right? It's like, it keeps me it keeps me awake late because it stops you being able to feel when you get tired. The symptom of caffeine is it makes you less sensitive to your tiredness. It doesn't make you less tired. It just erases your body's ability to know when it is. It's like the little flasher that goes boop, boop, low energy, boop, boop, low energy. Please go to the bedroom. Please go to the bedroom. Is like you press the snooze button on it. So like it's delayed in setting off. And you just get more tired because you're running on fumes for longer, which means that you can't recover as easily from how long you've been going. So you sleep, but it doesn't actually compensate for how long you've stayed up. And like, it's harder to fall asleep, and then you wake up the next day exhausted, so you drink more coffee, which means you go through the cycle again and you fuck yourself harder. You put the "please go to bed, please go to bed, alert, on snooze again. The cycle goes again and again and again, and you just get more and more ruined and haggard and tired, and you have coffee breath and it stinks. And you're like, why am I doing this to you, my poor body? And the body's going, Bo, what did you do to me? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I need to stay conscious for like 2 more hours. And I'm like, it's never 2 more hours. The berry's crying. Like, ah! So yeah, basically, do I like coffee? I shouldn't, but yes, I do. It's kind of tasty, and I hate that I like it now. It was an acquired taste, but at what cost? Get us Adler. Ader, thank you so much for the 68 month. I appreciate it. You're so young. Seema's 46 years when you talk. What do you mean? What? Are you saying that like you think I'm older than 46 years old, but I seem so much younger? I seem like I'm just 46 when I speak, or are you like you seem so young, but when you talk it sounds like you're 46 years old? Because I'm 35. I'm 35. Okay? I'm a 35-year-old whammon. Like, by council estate standards, I'm grandma age. You know? I'm thankful I don't need glasses yet. Way to fucking flex. I was pretty thankful that I didn't need glasses yet until I last got my eyes tested. And I can't remember when that was. It was fairly recently. I think it was at the beginning of this year or just at the end of last year. Sometime in the past few months. Okay? And I was like, I got 20/20 vision. And I went in and technically I do have 20/20 vision. My eyes just are not very aligned. When I think too hard, my eyes go bew. And they start looking off in different directions. It's literally happened on stream. Right? When I stare off, when I get into one of those big old stares and I can't unstare for a minute because the brain's gone on overdrive. You know when you're like, when you've got fans in your PC and they go, and they go, and they turn up a bit because like, you know, whatever process was just initiated, it's a bit harder, right? Well, my version of that is my eyes just going, meh, like, you know, I'm thinking really hard. I'm overclocking a little. If my eyes start looking in different directions, okay? So apparently, I have astigmatism, and this means that even though my eyes work pretty good, they're not aligned, and that means that, like, things get easier if my glasses align them, you know? They don't really make anything look clear. Well, they do make my eyes look clearer, but only because my eyes are not aligned, you know? If both of them looked the way they should at all times, I wouldn't need these things. But it also means that like bright lights look in different directions for me. They're all like I remember when I know I've had this ever since I was a little kid. This isn't a symptom of aging, right? But you know those big shards of light that come off, like Google astigmatism and you'll get on images and you'll get like a good view of what I see at like night when I'm looking at bright lights. When I was a little kid, I used to do this. And like my parents and family were like, what the fuck are you doing when you do this, right? And I was making the shards of light that come off of street lamps and stuff, right? Do this. And I thought it was funny. And I'm like, I'm making the lights dance. And they're like, okay, kiddo. Like there were so many things where like I would do weird shit. Like I would watch the TV like this. And like with my head tilted away, and I would like side-eye, dramatic, bombastic side-eye the TV, right? Turns out it's astigmatism. It's because I was aligning my eyes. You know, nobody noticed until my grandma did when I was really, really young, and she took me to the opticians. Like, what the fuck? Why are you looking at the TV like that? Are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, it just feels comfy to sit like that when I watch the TV. So she took me to the opticians. And they're like, yeah, she has really good vision. Her eyes are, like, really good. So it was just never diagnosed. I didn't know what astigmatism was until one day I saw a TikTok video. Fucking TikTok, right? And like there were loads of shards of light coming off of the lampshades like normal. Like I was seeing the lights exactly how I see them in my day-to-day life, and people were like, hey, yeah, this is what astigmatism looks like. This is how some people see the world. It makes it dangerous to drive. It makes it difficult to like navigate certain situations. I was like, what's the I was looking through the image like, what the fuck is supposed to, what are you seeing? What's the problem? Like, I thought it was one of those things where it was just like, if I look hard enough, I will spot what's wrong with the image. And people in the comments were like, wait, doesn't everyone see it like this? And everyone was like, got him! You just got diagnosed, bitch! Go to the opticians! I was like, what the fuck? So I go to the opticians, and like leading up to it, I'm like, I'm probably not going to see anything differently. It's going to be fine. I have really good vision. You know, I had a vision test when I was a kid, and I got 20/20, you know? And then they were like, yeah, you got the astigmatisms. You need some glasses. And I was like, I was still like, yeah. And then they put some glasses on me, and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Right? It's kind of like, you know, when you played computer games when you're a kid, and like on the PlayStation 1, and you're like, wow, the graphics are so cool. Look how amazing this. It's so sharp. It's so amazing. Like the cutscenes of Final Fantasy 9 as a kid blew me the fuck away. And it's like, now that I've seen how good games can be, like they're so hyper realistic, it's like disturbing, right? Looking back at the Final Fantasy 9 games, I'm like, damn, how did I ever get by with graphics like these? The same shit has happened to me with glasses. Like, I did not know the world could be this crisp. It's so crisp. And at a distance, lights are still starry as fuck. Like, if anything, these glasses make lights in the dark worse. Like, I have to take them off to look at things in the distance at night. But otherwise, they're pretty fucking handy. And I get less eye strain now because my eyes aren't trying to like really trying to look in the same direction together. Like sometimes my eyes would just need to relax and I'd get into a good stare and then just go bleh, and I'd be like, I can't break out of this. I just need to be like this for a minute. And I didn't realize that's just my eyes just being like, we need a break from like trying really hard to be normal. Can we just wander in our own directions for a minute? Can we just have a rest? You know? I did not know that that's what that was. Also, my aim got better. Shush! This explains things, to be honest. Yeah, I'm realizing that there was a lot of things about me that were missed as a child. I probably have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which would have been handy to diagnose as a kid. I definitely have ADHD, and I thought I'd been diagnosed when I was younger, but it turns out that the university specialist had put me through tests and put me through learner support because of the result of the test. Yep, you've got dyslexia and ADHD. But I'd never gone to my doctor and had it put on my medical records. It was just noted at my university. So, like, I don't have a formal diagnosis. The fucked up thing about that is people who've taken ADHD meds are several times less likely to get dementia because you can get dementia from untreated ADHD, apparently. So, like, I'm like, oh, fuck. I was reluctant to get ADHD meds because some things I've seen and experienced really made me think, oh, I'm never doing that, right? But after learning that, I'm like, fuck it. Cost-benefit analysis, I'm doing that because dementia was definitely worse than the things that I was worried about. Do you take ADHD meds? No, I don't. I just explained the whole backstory of why I don't presently, but I would like to try them, so I am going to go and get a formal diagnosis. What side effects were you worried about? Oh, so a lot of the people that I know who've been on ADHD meds since childhood, it's kind of fucked them up socially and in terms, like, some people have reported back that they are slightly sociopathic on their ADHD meds. So their ability to connect with others and empathize with them properly kind of is reduced for some people that I've spoken to with it. Also, I've noticed specific behavioral and social issues with people that I know on meds compared to unmedicated ADHD. So I was spotting things, I was spotting trends where I was like, ugh, this kind of worries me because I can see what it's doing to you. Like it might be helping you to focus, but it's obviously like a trade-off with other skills that are like actually really important to me. So like I was beginning to worry after knowing enough people with ADHD, knowing people who are unmedicated and medicated and understanding like what those people had in common. I was like, I don't think it's for me. Then on top of that, I have learned coping mechanisms for my ADHD, and I kind of feel like I just lean into what makes me different rather than trying to dull it down or hide it. And I've become immensely successful because the things that make you different are the things that give you a competitive edge. So in your life, they're the things that really make you shine. So people with ADHD are several times more likely to run their own business successfully compared to the general population. It doesn't just come with deficits, it also comes with skills. And I was like, rather than gloss over this with meds, I would rather lean into it and make use of it because it's a skill set most people don't have. If I'm non-neurotypical, I'm unique and I have like different skill points. You know, yeah, I'll have deficits, but I'll also have perks other people don't have. So if I lean into it, I have fewer people to compete with to succeed. So fuck it, let's go. And so I just shaped my life around my ADHD rather than trying to reshape my ADHD. And I was like, I don't know if meds are the right option for me when ADHD has actually been an absolute asset, right? So like for those reasons and more, I was like not really after meds. But yeah, after reading about, I would rather explore those trade-offs and see if I can manage them. If I'd rather do anything to avoid dementia, honestly. Son of Asgard, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And DPS support, I don't know if I thanked you, but thank you so fucking much. Thank you for the gifties. Huh. Jonanian, thank you so much for the prime. I love you, good eye. I love you, good eye. But yeah, those are my concerns with ADHD meds. Also, I don't know. When it comes to anything that is a mind-altering substance, I would like to be cautious about it because I feel like there are more consequences for medication than people are necessarily aware of, and that people should make an informed decision. So like, so many people have always come into my chat and be like, how does, you know, have you ever tried psychedelics? And I'm like, no. And they're like, that's sad because I wish I knew how that interacted with your Tourette's. And I'm like, yeah, I grew up in a council estate. I met a lot of people who do drugs. And growing up, going through college, I met a lot of people who took recreational drugs. And one of the things that I noticed about certain drugs is it can seemingly burn out your ability to question your behavior or to self-assess before you act. Like, to such a point where I have met people and within 5 minutes of meeting them have gone, huh, did you ever have like a recreational drugs phase? And they're like, yeah, how did you know? And I'm like, huh. Because there are like stereotypical behaviors that seem to start happening with people after a while of using certain kinds of recreational drugs. Like a stereotypical behavioral, like it behaviorally alters people for life, even if they stop taking them. Like you could have had a phase with it like 20 years ago, and I could meet you today and still know And I kind of didn't want to do that to myself because I like the way that my brain works right now. Some people have really utilized that and are really happy with the outcome for themselves. And I'm like, yeah, I needed to kind of reshape my thinking to be okay and like blah, blah, blah. And like some people have had transformative experiences or claim to at least. For me, though, I love the way that my brain works and I don't want to meddle with it or change it. There are plenty of people who've played that roulette with recreational drugs and have ended up in mental institutes. Like people who chain smoke weed can end up so if you have a gene that runs in your family for mental health issues, smoking too much weed can trigger it and you can end up with really, really severe psychosis and end up being institutionalized because of it. And then there are people who take hallucinogens and psychedelics, and there is a certain percentage of people who never come down from the trip and have hallucinations for the rest of their life. It's called something, but I can't remember what it's called. So there's that. There are people who take it and then it completely fries a specific part of their brain and they have behavioral issues for the rest of their lives. So even if there are plenty of people who come out the other side, okay, I don't want to roll that dice with my brain. Like my brain is the most precious thing I have. And to be honest with you, because I'm neurologically inhibited already and I have mental disabilities, several, I don't need any more inhibitors to battle with on a day-to-day basis. It is already a struggle to do things that other people take for granted on a daily basis. I live on hard mode already. I do not need to add schizophrenia to the list. I do not need to add like a lack of empathy to the list. I do not need to add like a loss of metacognition. Like I have an underactive region of the brain already. I am already operating with fewer parts than the average person. Everyone in this chat probably has an edge over me cognitively in many departments that you totally take for granted. If you can remember what you're doing 5 seconds after you decide what you're up to, you're already ahead of me. I lose everything. My brain just wipes its like hard drive every 5 minutes or so. I lose track of everything. My life is so fucking disorganized because of it. And that's just one of many things. You can pick up a computer game really fast. I have dyslexia. Dyslexia isn't just not reading properly. It's when your brain is slower, actively slower at picking up skills. What takes you a few sessions at a new game will take me a few years, okay? Most of the things that you take for granted, I have to fucking battle for. I'm not taking drugs when I know that so many of them are a roulette game with permanent damage. Like, you might be able to get away with it. I don't want to find out the hard way that I wasn't so lucky, because a certain percentage of all people who take a bunch of different drugs are not going to be okay or the same after. Also, people who are non-neurotypical are like don't respond typically to drugs. Like there are so many people who have autism who talk about how their first trip was horrific or had the complete unexpected response. Like quite a lot of people with ADHD, caffeine either calms them down or makes them sleepy. Like even basic things. So like yeah, there are like hallucinogenics and shit. Like I don't know. I'm not gonna know how they would affect me. And like the fact that they could permanently impact me in a negative way when I have very little brain left to like my precious little brain that I have left to use. I don't want to like put that in peril, basically. And someone put in chat, why do you drink alcohol then? That's bad for the brain. Well, the thing is, I'm not going to advocate for alcohol and say it's fine to drink it, but drinking so few units, like once a week, usually once every other week. And also the thing with the impact that alcohol has on the brain is if you are an alcoholic and you drink a fuck ton of it, there are studies that show that the damage can be to some extent reversed when you stop drinking. Like it reduces the amount of white matter in your brain, for example. You have reduced brain matter for consuming too much alcohol, which is bad. But if you come off alcohol, you can actually increase brain density. There is a studies that suggest there's a recovery period. Whereas with things, there are certain consequences from certain kinds of recreational drugs where it's just permanent. There is no fixing it. Your life is just fucked now. Like permanently fucked. Okay? So I feel like with alcohol, even though I'm not going to say it's good for you, and you should definitely, I don't think you should definitely be drinking alcohol. I think it's better not to. But if you're going to have some things that you do that are unhealthy, I would pick alcohol personally over LSD or something like that, you know, or magic mushrooms, because the implications and the things that you're dosing with are slightly less extreme, you know? Like, sugar is bad for you, but I feel like sugar might be slightly less bad for your brain than LSD. Yeah, go ahead and run that dono.
Unfortunately, you might have a really hard time accessing ADHD meds because it interacts with Tourette's pretty badly. I've had 3 psychiatrists flat out refuse. But it might also be because my Tourette's is adult onset, so they're extra worried, to be fair.
Interesting. Well, I'll take that under advisement. I'll see. Distorted, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. But yeah, things like magic mushrooms cause neurological trimming of like, what the word? Synaptic trimming, I think is the word that I heard being used and thrown around when researching this. So like some people use certain kinds of psychedelics specifically to trim back unhelpful neurons. Like you are reshaping your brain in a permanent way, you know? So yeah, I don't think that's for me. I don't think that that's a very smart thing to do with my specific kind of brain. Shh. Subreddits about drugs are not enough for me to try them ever. I feel like that's fair. I feel like that's very, very fair. Also, people used to think that weed was harmless, but now there's loads of data coming out suggesting that it may have permanent impacts on your brain development and that it may have permanent impacts on your ability to do, you know, it might have some really severe health and neurological implications that are just now being proven in a much more direct way. So people used to smoke it thinking it was completely harmless for your lungs, and it turns out it's still harmful for your lungs. People used to take it thinking it's completely harmless to your brain, and it turns out that it's actually pretty fucking harmful to your brain. So with these things in mind, like people claiming that hallucinogenics have no consequences, that they're completely natural and fine for you, yeah, no, there's emerging data to kind of say that that's not necessarily the case in every way, and that something can have health benefits and also be bad for you at the same time. I mean, heart medication can make you more of a psychopath, but it'll stop you from having a heart attack. Like, you know, there are trade-offs with most kinds of medications, whether you use them recreationally or not. When you whistle, it's swag. Do people still say swag? Is that still a term that people use now? I've been sober for over 5 years. It was the best decision ever. Good for you. I love that for you. I feel like I drink less now than I ever did before. I used to always have a bottle of ginger wine for whenever I felt like it, but I barely ever buy it now. I love you, you cock. I love you, I love you, I love you. If you smoke weed, how do you know when the psychosis gene has been triggered? I don't know. Maybe when your parents have you sectioned? Shh. Like, it's not something I've been through, so I couldn't really tell you. Sudbury, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. When someone asks, are they in the room with us right now? And they aren't. I feel like it's, are they in the room with us right now? And they are. Like, because surely if someone's saying, are they in the room with us now? It means that they can't see whatever the fuck you're seeing. I'd say it's the other way around. That's the clue. Also, perfectly sane people can have stress-induced hallucinations. You can not have anything actually, quote-unquote, wrong with your brain. And still see dick, still see like random hallucinations when you've been under a huge and suddenly stressful thing. So like some of the symptoms that are, you know, can be an indicator of mental health don't necessarily mean that you have mental health problems. Does it bother you that your tics make people laugh? No, I don't give a shit. I mean, my life would be pretty fucking miserable if I cared, right? Because people laugh at me all the time. But, like, I find it funny. I got a Cameo. You can do Cameo requests. I have a Cameo account. So basically people go on there and they commission me to, like, wish their best friend a happy birthday or some shit, right? And quite often it goes wrong because I have Tourette's. It's difficult to, like, you know, like, say a whole thing about, like, you know, happy birthday, little Timmy, like, without fucking it up, right? And so, like, it takes a few takes for me to actually be able to say the thing properly. And, like, the other day, someone wanted me to break it to their partner that she'd bought them tickets to go skydiving. Was it the skydiving one? There was two. No, it was the one about Valentine's Day. I had to wish someone a happy Valentine's Day, their partner, and I finished it with, like, happy Valentine's Day, go fuck her. Like, and that was the tick at the end. So I was like, oh, fuck. So I immediately laughed and went to delete it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave it in and see if they want that one because it's funny. You know? And they loved it. They were fine with it. You know? So I'm just like, at this point in my life, I like, if it makes me laugh, why would I be mad at other people for laughing? You know? Some people train for 40 years to be a comedian and they still are really shit and don't make anyone laugh and they're just awful at it. And I was born with the passive ability to make people piss themselves. Like, I can either have a problem with it and be miserable or, like, just relax about it and just, you know, see the bright side. And that's where I am. What do you think about polyamorous relationships? I get asked that every stream and I don't really have an opinion. I feel like it's weird that people say they never work out or whatever because most monogamous relationships also never fucking work out. And I've never seen people be like, see, it never works out. Like 99% of the monogamous relationships that you have will end at some point. And I don't use that against monogamy. Like, I'm still a monogamous person despite that, I'm not like, oh my god, it never works. So it's weird when people will see like a relationship between polyamorous people and go, it doesn't work, see, whenever they break up, as if us monogamous people don't fuck up and break up all the time. Like, come on. So I feel it's weird that we judge polyamorous people. It's weird that we give a shit. Like, if people are happy, then good for them. I'm impressed by polyamory because finding time to keep so many people happy is just ridiculous. I can't keep up with my laundry. This person has like 3 girlfriends. How? How the fuck? Like, that's genuinely impressive. Genuinely, genuinely impressive. Where do you find the time? So as long as it's not like fucked up or an unwilling dynamic or like rooted in prejudice or some shit like that, as long as everyone is like the of age and consenting and happy, like I'm so happy for people who find love in exactly the way that they want to find love. I love that we live in a day and an age where you can find a partner that matches you and what you bring to the table in whatever way you want. You know, that it's not illegal to just make someone else happy and to love them in your own specific way. Like, I think it's good that we have some variety and some options now because we've always been a sexually malleable species. We've always had multiple different mating strategies on the go at the same time. Like, I feel like we have a lot of biological adaptations for monogamy. Men have tiny balls because of generational monogamy. Like, as far as primates go, our balls are tiny because they don't have to compete with very much sperm, indicating that the females were not really cheating as often as, say, bonobos, right? But it indicates that, you know, women were cheating slightly more than, say, a gorilla. So this suggests that women slept around a bit, but men were mainly loyal for the majority of the human species, which is crazy to think because that's not how the history books tell it, but it's written in our biology. Your balls would not be that shape and size if it wasn't for the fact and like, you know, there's things like women do not show signs of fertility. So you have to stick around and be mating with her for an entire month to stand a chance of possibly having gotten her pregnant, you know? And even then, she doesn't show signs of being pregnant for quite a while either. So in order to help her raise a child to a decent age where it's likely to survive, right? You have to be loyal and stick close and provide resources and be kind and loving and for her to want you to stick around and to mate with you repeatedly for quite a while to stand a chance of passing on your genes, right? A lot of these kinds of things are signifiers that there have been a lot of monogamous relationships in human history. But even then, we aren't monogamous immediately as soon as it doesn't suit us because we're adaptable. So like there's a group of people where the women have to marry one guy, but every single one of his brothers, because they live in a region with very little land space. So if one man to one woman would produce too many children and everyone would die because there wouldn't be enough resources to go around. So they limit the amount of children and resources by having the female, like one woman to multiple males, and she has like a harem of men. And that way they can only have so many babies because making babies takes ages from a woman's perspective. So all of these men have to like try and make a baby through this one woman. It bottlenecks, you know, how many kids these people are going to have. And they've adapted over the generations where they produce more sons. Like on average, most of these women will typically give birth to multiple sons and just 1 or 2 daughters. So like your biology will slowly like mold to your situation. Like we're very, very adaptable. And like we are sexually dimorphic, but also we're sexually adaptive. That's the word I'm looking for, because like we will develop fetishes really easily because our sexualities will adapt to our environment. Nobody's born wanting to fuck shoes. I say this often, but the fact that we can develop fetishes is because we're sexually malleable, and that sexual malleability is a huge part of why we're such an invasive species and why we're so successful. So like I'm not going to judge people for having lots of different mating strategies. Whatever makes you happy, whatever love you want to show. If you're making each other happy, I'm happy for you. If it's all consensual and you're both of age, I'm not going to waste any hate. I'm not going to say that I have the fucking authority over all relationships and only my love is the only kind of love. Like, I'm not that egotistical or self-centered. Like, I personally would feel very uncomfortable sharing my partner Just because other people are more comfortable with that doesn't mean they're not in love. It just means that their love looks slightly different. Who gives a shit? As long as people aren't cheating, it's not harm. Do you still skate? I never skated. I've never been a skater, which is funny because my parents met skateboarding. So like they were teenagers and they met on a half pipe. So I wouldn't exist if skateboarding wasn't invented, basically. And they used to do graffiti together and skateboarding and things like that. They were, you know, and they both did dancing. My dad did breakdancing, my mom did ballet. So yeah, like they had their hobbies and stuff. But I never got into skateboarding, even though both my mom and dad kept their skateboards their whole lives. And, you know, they were really good at skateboarding. My mom had skateboarded with quite a few famous skaters. And, like, she was really, really good. So I didn't get into it because their knees were fucked. And at quite a young age, younger than me now, I was watching them struggle with stairs and bending down and shit like that, because skateboarding will wear at your knees. Your joints are very, very easily fucked and they don't recover. You know, they're a very easy part of your body to age. So watching them struggle and complain about their knees and shins, I decided at a very, very young age, like as a kid, no, I don't want to skateboard. I want to be able to move around freely as an adult. And I feel like I made the right choice, to be honest with you, because like my parents don't really skateboard now. So like I kind of feel like I would rather have an unlimited choice in physical activities for as long as possible than limit it to a choice that isn't going to last that long. But like my parents taught me a lot about making mistakes. So like my dad offered me a cigarette when I was 9. I went, "Don't worry, I won't tell your mom." And I was like, "That's not the problem with this, Dad. No, I'm not going to have a fucking cigarette." And he was like, "Why not?" And I was like, "Because people only do it to look cool, and then it fucks with their lungs and it tastes bad and smells bad, and people spend a bunch of money on it and they don't even like doing it. So why would I do that to myself to look cool to you? Like, you don't look cool to me." He was like, "You know what? You're pretty smart." He was like actually impressed with my answer, and then he carried on smoking. Wait, I must have been younger than 9. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. Now tell us the dangers of a sedentary lifestyle, Pepe laugh. Well, I'm not that sedentary, and this is why I will not willingly choose to live in a house that doesn't have stairs, because having stairs in your house increases your life expectancy and increases the longevity of a bunch of organs and important bits of your body. Whoa, it does? Yes, compared to never using the stairs, absolutely. Unless you fall down them. Yeah, I guess there's that. But like, if you manage to use them properly, they're really good for you. Because you end up going up and down them like quite a few times a day, don't you? Shush. It all adds up. Okay, but can we talk about why your dad offered you a cigarette? Oh, dude, he was just an irresponsible person. I don't think he was ready to be a dad at the time. He was quite young when he became a dad. I don't think he knew what he was doing. One time he had a pair of binoculars and they had broken in half, so I guess it had become a monocular, right? And he was using it to look at things really far away in this flat he lived in for a short period of time, right? And while his family were helping him paint by essentially just repainting the interior of it when he just moved in. He stood on the balcony and he passed me it and went, "Look, you can see things really far away." And I was like, cool. I was very, very small at the time. I'm gonna guess I was probably in the region of between like 4 years old and like maybe 6, somewhere in that age range, right? And he said, "Yeah, look at the sun." And I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's fine. Have a look." And I tipped it up and I looked straight at the sun with the monocle. And immediately I couldn't open my eye. I was in immediate agony and like crying. And he just laughed at me. And if you've seen a video of what you can do by pointing one of those at the sun, it will literally cut a hole through paper instantly. Like you can immediately blind yourself. I'm very, very lucky I can see out of both eyes, right? My dad didn't think a lot of things through and was not very responsible. I have a scar on my hand from where he went to hold my hand across the road and he was still holding a cigarette in that hand. So I wasn't directly looking at him and I saw out of the corner of my eye that he'd put his hand out to hold mine across the road. As you do with a kid, you hold the hand across the road. And he burnt my hand and I still have the scar on my hand, the burn scar. Yeah, it's here. From that. So, like, I guess my dad was just a bit absent-minded and not very fatherly when I was little. Well, you learned a lot about what not to be. Yeah, I guess I grew up fast because when I was a kid, I was just like, I had to think for myself because I knew that my parents were not a very good barrier between me and misfortune. So I knew that, like, there was no second lives, there was no support team. Like, if someone stole me, like, my parents would be useless in that situation, for example. So I just had to have my wits about me because, yeah, it weirdly puts a lot, you grow up really fast and you behave a lot more responsibly a lot sooner when you realize that you are like you don't have like guardians, really. You don't have people who are going to stand between you and danger or misfortune or starvation or like anything like that. So you just have to manage it yourself. I think that's how I got smart enough at such a young age to refuse cigarettes. Because I feel like when you have parents who like act like they know everything and are responsible and do like take care of things for you, like you look up to them and you think that they know everything. So like if you trusted your parents to like handle things properly and they offered you a cigarette, you'd probably not think twice about it. But I was smart enough to be like, no, that's a really stupid idea. Because I knew that adults weren't just like complete people who had everything in hand. They were messy and flawed and don't have a clue. And, you know, so that was like why at that age I was able to go, no, I don't want a fucking cigarette. Are you okay? I'm surprised at how okay you are. I do have some damage. I feel like anybody would, but I feel like I'm okay generally and able to like survive. And I think I figured out how to be like a decent person. Like I don't think like I think I've landed on my feet. And like weirdly I've seen 4 different therapists, and every single one of them has asked, how are you not more fucked up? Like, to the word, literally. That's not me paraphrasing. And the funniest part about that is I spoke to Dr. K, you know, Healthy Gamer GG. I spoke to him on stream, and I was talking about like a small pipette's worth, a tiny eyedropper's worth of the things that trouble me. And he was like, how are you not more fucked up? And I was like, I've heard that so often, but thank you. But I feel like it's quite the compliment to be more okay than people expect you to be, because like my friends who really know me well, when they meet me and they see how scatterbrained I am and how like chaotic I am, they think that my life is a mess. They don't, when you look at me, you wouldn't know that I'm doing as well as I am. And so like, if I were to tell you like where I'm at in life and how life is going for me, like you would be surprised if you had a first person perspective of me as a human being just existing, you know? Like, I've forgotten how my friends put it. They're like, I can't remember. I've said it a few times, but I've completely, the phrase has slipped my mind. Like, surprisingly something. I can't remember what it is. Damn it. I'll tell you if I remember. But basically, my friends think that I should be doing way worse in life than I am. I'm surprisingly not a disaster. Surprisingly functional, I guess? A successful train wreck. I guess! Yes! That's a bit closer to it, to be fair. But yeah, of course I have some damage. Like, I wouldn't always have access to food as a child and would go for long periods of starvation. And so I now hoard food to some degree and don't feel comfortable or okay unless I have some level of like hidden stored food that would last for a couple of years, you know, because I'm terrified of having to go through that again. And it probably inhibited my neurodevelopment. It probably reshaped my brain, along with a few other things that I experienced, you know, that probably also left an imprint on my brain. I'd probably be a much smarter, more capable person had I not gone through some of the things I had in childhood. I will bear the cost and have neurological difficulties for the rest of my life because of them. But I feel like I am doing okay in that, like, I'm able to, like, do a lot of things. I'm like, overall okay. Like, I feel as far as, like, storing a few tins is not that bad of an outcome. There are definitely worse symptoms of the kind of childhood I have. A lot of people end up with addictions or, you know, end up having kids as a teenager, and then, you know, like a lot of them have attachment issues and fuck up their connections with their friends and partners over and over again, or become abusers, you know, or end up in a cycle of going out with abusive people over and over again, like all those sorts of symptoms. And I don't seem to be experiencing those. I seem to be okay in that regard, like surprisingly not fucked up. What do you think about the phrase "bad times make you stronger"? My psychologist friend thinks it's bullshit. Oh yeah, it's absolutely bullshit. Honestly, like, I've met people who have had really comfortable lives who are utter fucking shit stains. And I've met people who have had really hard lives who are really nice. However, I've also met people who are vice versa. You know, I've met shit people who are shit stains, and I've met people who've been comfortable and suffered no hardships in life and are actually really nice, wholesome, well-rounded people. I don't think that your experiences make you who you are. I think you are what you choose to do with your experiences. And there's a huge difference between the two, okay? You are what you chose about yourself. And you don't get to choose your childhood. That kind of just happens to you. So your childhood isn't you. Your childhood trauma isn't you. You are what you decide to craft out of those experiences. You are the person who decides how you react to that and what lessons you take from it and how you behave towards others as a result. Those are all your choices. But what happened to you wasn't your choice. It doesn't define you really. There are people who can experience a car crash, have PTSD, need years of therapy, and it can like stop them from ever setting foot in a car ever again, have a severe phobia. And there are other people who can go through a car crash and hop in a car the next day and carry on with their life completely fine. Okay? And I kind of feel like you don't choose whether or not a car crash happens to you, really. Like usually like you don't see a car crash happening. It doesn't happen intentionally. Most of the time it's something that just is unavoidable. It's just a circumstance you deal with. What's down to you, what is shaped by you as a person, is how you react and how you internalize that. What every experience is a building block of you, but you decide the layout of that house. You decide the layout of the building. Your life just hands you the blocks. So yeah, I don't think that going through hard shit makes you stronger. I don't think that's way too reductive. Yes. 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 No. Yes. I love you. I love you. I love you, you slut. Have you read anything notable lately? Yeah, I've read a book. I've forgotten the name of it. I'm not all the way through it. I think it's called like The Path to Wealth, and it's already saved me like I think like £30,000. So I'm pretty happy with it. Like it gives you strategies for doing things like dealing with debt and reprocessing how you spend and things like this. So like I haven't gained like 30 grand from reading the book, but I have stopped myself from having to spend 30 grand over time because of the book so far. So that's pretty cool. All that money went to bunny care. Oh, like I said, like it's not money that I've gained. It's not like money that is in my bank account now. It's just that over time, over like say the next 5 years, I probably would have ended up having to spend that much money if I hadn't restructured how everything in my life financially works. So yeah, like it's essentially saved me that much money already, which is crazy. But I feel like you should definitely learn skills that benefit you for many years to come. That's why I learned martial arts, because I'm like, there's never going to be a point where I'm not going to know, like where I'm going to wish I didn't know how to defend myself. But like, I want to grow my own food. So I used to do it for a while. I actually used to grow a lot of my own food. But I'm growing new kinds of food, and I'm doing that all over again. And I'm learning finances and how to take care of your money is like a really important part of survival, and you're never going to regret knowing how to handle your money and knowing how to spend appropriately and take care of your finances. Shh. Hey Chris, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Is it weird that it's become a habit for me to whistle at the same time you do? I don't know. You'll have to ask chat. Chat, is that weird? How long do you see yourself doing Twitch, and what would you do if you weren't doing it now? Sir Sax, bitch. I used to sell things online, and I could go back to that anytime I want. So, like, I thought that my career on Twitch would last a couple of weeks because I genuinely thought I'd get banned for my Tourette's, but actually Twitch has been really supportive of my condition, and I genuinely didn't think that people would give a shit about my streams because I thought that, you know, me shouting cock every now and again is going to get old and no one's going to watch that long term. So I thought I was just going to be a flash in the pan, and I was very accepting of that. It's like, it's so funny, I've gone viral. What a weird thing to happen in life. But I still am here like 6 years later or something, and I'm still really enjoying it, and I love it. It's a really, really great thing to do with my time. So, like, I'm here for as long as it's comfy and happy to do so. And when it's not anymore, I've got like 6 or 7 options I could go on to if I wanted to. So I'm not too worried. But I feel like when I used to run my own shop online, I used to wake up when I wanted, work as many hours as I wanted, be my own boss. I used to have 2 offices full of stock, and they were next door to each other. And I would just go to my office building and sit there and play Overwatch between orders. And I would order in my stock, I would arrange it and package it. And then at the end of the day, I would post it all at once before I headed home. Like, the end of my day was just when I brought all the boxes of stuff to the post office to post it all. And then I would go home. And I got so comfy doing it that I would literally wear my onesie and walk out in the streets all the way to my office. I would just walk to work in my pajamas, you know? And, like, I just loved my life. Like, it was very simple, all, like, very relaxed. Didn't have to answer to anyone, you know? Happy little life. Very simple. So, like, I can, when there are no jobs, I invent a job and just do that. Like, that's just always been my thing because I'm pretty unemployable. Like, I know I seem fine, but I'm definitely unemployable. I have too many mental health disabilities. Like, I have too many mental disabilities to work a typical 9-to-5 job. And I acknowledge that, and that's okay. I didn't get my first job until I stopped trying to work for people and just invented a job I could do for myself. That was the only time I started actually working and paying taxes and shit, was when I started working with how I am rather than against it. And I'm fine with that. So I don't know. I'm already on Twitch longer than I ever expected to be, and surprised every day when there's still people next time I show up. So I'm really happy to be here. Shut up. And I don't see it. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't see it ending anytime soon. But if it did, like, it wouldn't be some tragedy. Like, I know how to build a happy, very contented and purposeful life. So I don't know. Piss. Hey, Daltush, hello! Thanks for the raid the other day. No problem. No problem. Hope you're having a good one. My memory is terrible. You were playing Marvel, right? Were you playing Marvel? Were you playing Marvel Rivals? Yes, he was. Okay, so my memory isn't that bad. Yeah! If you ever want to play together, let me know. I quite like the game. I really do. I've been playing Venom. God damn, that man has some cake. He has some serious cake going on. He's Captain Shiny Ass. So distracting. But I'm mainly a squirrel girl. Like, the most kills I will ever get is as squirrel girl. I'm also Scarlet Fever, Scarlet Bitch, Scarlet Witch. And who else do I play? There's like an annoying little raccoon guy. I feel like I made it a point to learn at least one of each different class, so I can at least fill a little bit, you know? But mostly I'm Squirrel Girl. A lot of cake going on in that game, to be honest. I know, it's amazing. It's great to be able to appreciate that third-person viewpoint, you know? G Manzilla, thanks for the 8 months, sweetheart. Shush! Where did you get your glasses from? From Specsavers. Yes. Polaritude, blah, blah. I don't know how to say your name, but thanks for gifting Daltusha a sub. Do you like ass? Do you like ass? Shut up. I recently broke mine. How the fuck do you how'd you break your ass? What the fuck is your ass made of? My condolences, obviously. You have my sympathies, but I'm so confused. Every mental image, I'm trying to imagine how that happens. Every mental image is worse than the last. How the fuck do you break your ass? Woohoo! Hi! That's very possible. Okay, speak for yourself. I'm pretty sure that no matter what height you dropped me from, I could not break my ass. I'm not even saying this to boast. I just, you know, it's just, there is a lot of ass going on there. Did you touch my dick? Shush. Small and plenty. Well, a lot of people don't know this. People can't place me, but like half my genetics come from like the Caribbean. Well, maybe a quarter. I'm not sure. I have like a missing granddad, but like there are a significant chunk of my genetics that come from Trinidad, essentially. And I definitely inherited my ass from that side. So there is a beautiful world where I could be very athletically built, where I have no titties and no ass. Because my mom's side of the family, they have big bosoms and a tiny, tiny ass. You know, like to the point where I worry that they'll fall in the toilet seat. I'm like, how the fuck do you sit on anything? Your legs literally go all the way up, right? So like, they're like top heavy, kind of lollipop stick build, right? My dad's side, the opposite, you know? Smaller titty, big butt. They are all ass and thigh, right? And so, like, I could have been no ass, no titty, and I would have taken that. That would have been fine. I could do backflips and shit. But I got the opposite. I got the polar fucking opposite. And I'm sad because I'll never do the worm, you know? That dance move is off the cards for me. Like, my dad, he was a break dancer. He used to whip out the kitchen lino. He used to rip it up off the kitchen floor, roll it out in the back garden, and he'd have a boombox playing fucking music. And him and his friends would do break dancing on it. They would do, like, spinning on their head and shit, right? And, like, my dad used to try and teach me how to do this stuff. I remember, like, I could do a backflip for all of, like, 8 days. And then puberty hit me fucking hard. I got precocious puberty too. I had double D's when I was like 10, 11. I had D's when I was 9. No exaggeration. Puberty came really early for me. And my dreams of a breakdancing career just died. Sounds like a skill issue. I hope you get cursed with the most enormous tits imaginable, random user. 59. You break dance with that shit then if you think it's just a skill issue. Come on, show me those skills, chop chop. If I could wave a magic wand and give you like J cups right now, they'd just go poing poing. I'm like, go on then. Little shit. Bonk. The sound effects were scientifically accurate to that process. Yes, I would know. It happened to me. I was just minding my own business, having a childhood, and then poing poing. It was devastating. Relatable. See, Tony knows. Tony knows. The greatest thing about my mods is that nobody seems to realize which ones are female. Amazing! My favorite thing in all the world is seeing screenshots of the DMs of like angry people who've been banned for being inappropriate going, she's never gonna suck your dick, bitch! Stop white knighting for this whore! You know, she can take it. She can take a little bit of an opposing opinion. You're just too sensitive. I'm telling on you. When she finds out that you've been over-modding and ruining her career, you're gonna get dropped like a fucking used sock, bitch. You know, dribbling over. What a Twitch simp you are. Meanwhile, you know. I mean, they're not dudes, and I'm pretty sure they're not into me. Like 99% sure. But like, I'm pretty sure they're here for all the right reasons. I don't think that any of my female mods have been just sat there hoping that if they just banhammer enough people in chat, they'll get like a gold star and a blowjob out of it. I do be in a committed relationship with my fiance of 5 years, and yet B will still be accused of waiting around for a conciliatory blowjob. It's amazing. We love it. We love to see it. The man tantrums do be tasty though, you know? We sit there like in the mod meeting after, drinking the tears, just like, salty. It puts food on the table. Yeah, it's so funny. When I tell people I pay my mods, like, they get the ad revenue. I don't get the ad revenue. You're watching the ads for my mods. You're not watching them for me. Because I figure it's a good way to scale the money up according to the effort. Like, if there's lots of viewers, there's lots of ad rev. If there's lots of ad rev, then you get paid extra for having to deal with an unruly and massive, chunky, girthy fucking chat, right? It makes sense. It just makes sense to me. So, like, I give them my ad revenue. And, like, people hear that and they're like, how do I become a mod? And I'm like, you think I'd mod you? Like, it's always the people who ask are always the people you'd never mod. The kinds of people where you know as soon as they get that mod badge, they're gonna be a glorified whole monitor and be like, excuse me, citation, you can't say that, no! Like, you're on a power trip, you know? Like, you just know. You can smell it. You can smell it through the screen. Beckon, thank you so much for the prime. I love you, you slut. I love you, you slut. I love you. Shut up. I tried being mod for a month. I don't have the mental strength for it. Oh yeah, Gino, I know. Like, being a mod is fucking hard. People call them glorified Twitch janitors, and if you pick your mods properly, no. The people who care go through a hard time, honestly. Like, there are people who are like, they will write about how they're feeling kind of depressed and low and how they don't know why they're living anymore. And then one day they'll just disappear off the Discord server, for example, and you'll never hear from them again. You'll never know what the fuck happened to them. Like, there are times when like really weird stuff that's very, very difficult to police happens on the platform, and you're just like, ew.
Emotional damage.
Exactly, there is emotional damage to being a mod. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's like Pornhub moderator level, where like the moderators of Pornhub regularly see people die and like criminal acts against very vulnerable people all the time and like are genuinely haunted and disturbed. Like there are people who have to moderate social media platforms and stuff, and they look like they've gone to war several times. Like you can just see it in their eyes. I remember you getting banned for your Tourette's. Getting bigger often comes with massive setbacks before and after. Hey, one topic. I actually have never been banned for my Tourette's. But like, I had an N-word tick for a while. Ticks come and go. You go through phases of them. They're usually repetitive, but they'll happen for a long time. Like, my ticks have evolved over the time that I've been online, because I've been here for like years, right? And I keep accidentally turning off the music. There we go. So I had an N-word tick and I kept shouting it. And obviously that's against the terms of service. It's against the rules here on Twitch to say that word, right? Luckily they take context into account. So they're not going around banning people with disabilities. Like it's there to stop racism, right? So there were lots of people calling for me to be banned. There were loads of content creators who were like resharing clips of me having this tick and saying that I should not be allowed to make live content, that this is despicable, disgusting. Some people took the clips and posted them on WorldStar without any context, just saying this bitch is promoting racism to children on Twitch and no one's doing anything about it. And like it got millions of views and there were loads of people sending me death threats and shit. There were loads of people who, like, there was, I think it was like, was it the Jerusalem Times? I can't remember the name of the actual news outlet, but they covered it and they didn't mention once in the article that I have Tourette syndrome. They just clipped me saying the N-word and said, racist streamer goes unbanned on platform. There was loads of shit like this that was earning me death threats and actively putting my life in fucking danger. And people were doing that unapologetically for for clout and stuff, right? The thing is, a very surprising thing happened. So I figured that people were gonna get mad at me for having Tourette's. I've been dealing with backlash of just existing my whole life. Like I got in trouble for my Tourette's when I was a child and stuff in horrific ways, right? Like to the point where my stepmom didn't want to take me to the hospital when I broke my arm as a child because she thought my tics were attention seeking. So when I said that my arm really hurt and I'd like to go to the hospital when I was like 7 or something, she said, no, she's just attention seeking. Don't take her. And she shook my arm to prove that it wasn't broken, and it made a crunchy sound. So like I have always dealt with bad things because of my Tourette's. I've always been in trouble because of my Tourette's, right? So like, yeah, I wasn't surprised that the internet would be mad at me. It happened a lot later than I expected, to be honest. And yet, the coolest thing happened, which was that a lot of people were really angry and they came into my stream and they're like, fuck you, bitch. And I was like, hey, I realize you don't actually know how Tourette's works, and that's cool. I didn't know how it worked either. I had it for most of my life and didn't even realize I had it because it didn't fit the stereotype of what Tourette's looks like. So I get it. But if you want to learn more about it, I can explain. And like, because I was chill about it and I was like, I'm going to take this opportunity to teach you something. Like, while you're here, like, and so like, a lot of people were like, I think I might stay here. This isn't as bad as I thought. And like a lot of people, I gained a fuck ton of followers from that. But also another thing that happened was there was a huge community of people who got really mad at the content creators who were like, ban this bitch, and those content creators got backlash for saying that. And the comment section was full of people educating others on how Tourette's works. Like the internet was such an oblivious place when it came to the internet when I first joined. And since I've been here and gone viral multiple times, the level of immediate identification and understanding of Tourette syndrome that I see on the internet now is just on another level. Like it is night and day, the difference. So I've been so happy to be a part of that. I'm not the only Tourette's person with content on. I'm not the only content creator with Tourette's. I definitely can't take credit for every last bit of understanding you now see on the internet, but I know I was a part of it. And it's cool. It makes my life worth living that I was part of such a significant change around the world. Like that's a cool thing to contribute to. no matter how large or small, I can't tell you what percentage of that is down to me, but I know I contributed. And it's cool to know that that is a mark on the world that is there because of me. Like, it's cool to have lived and to have eaten food and to have breathed and to have existed, and stuff like that be a side effect of it. Like, I like that. Why are ticks always so profane? Well, they're not always so profane, but you only really notice the ones that are. So, like, I will say I love you a lot. Like, press 1 if you've heard me say I love you as a tick constantly, like several times a stream. Yeah, so that's not a swear word. I also, my most common tick at the moment is the pop, like that. I also whistle a lot. I go, and that's a very common tick of mine. So, like, a lot of people with Tourette's syndrome don't have coprolalia, which is the obscene ticks. I do have coprolalia, but I also have just verbal ticks that aren't obscene in any way. I have both, right? And only a tiny percentage of people with Tourette's syndrome, I think it's like less than 10%, have the swearing Tourette's. Most ticks are actually physical. Like, someone might go and just sniff every now and again as a tick, or they might jerk their head, or they might like stick their middle finger up or something. They might have a gesture. Like, these are the kinds of things that are really common with Tourette's, but they don't necessarily have to be swear words at all. But people really remember and notice the swear words. So, like, I will sit here and have loads of ticks that aren't in any way inappropriate, and then I'll swear once for the first time in the stream, and someone will go, why is it always swear words, by the way? And I feel like it's because that's what people focus on. That's the only part that they really notice. But most of Tourette's isn't even the tics. Like, it comes with neurological difficulties. Your brain doesn't communicate with your nervous system. That has complications across your entire body. And your ability to function, you quite often have learning difficulties. You quite often either have autism or ADHD, because it quite often goes hand in hand with Tourette's. Like, we're several times more likely to self-harm. A huge percentage of us are addicts as well. So because alcohol is a depressant, it can actually suppress tics. A lot of people who don't have any other way to manage their tics quite end up accidentally becoming reliant on alcohol to manage their symptoms, for example. So we're really, really vulnerable to addiction. Like, the learning difficulties parts makes life really hard to manage, even without the tics. So yeah, I feel like people only really notice swearing when swearing is like 1% of Tourette's overall. Like, it's really not like the majority of what you face. Also, emotional dysregulation is a huge aspect of Tourette's. Like, one of the early signs that your child has Tourette's syndrome, before they even start shouting or twitching or swearing, is having extreme outbursts of anger. Like, I would pick up my furniture in my room and just smash it against the walls and wreck the entire room out of the blue because of an completely out of the blue rage that just came out of nowhere that I didn't understand. Like, there is definitely symptoms that people don't realize from Tourette's syndrome. Absolutely. Ha! You find that your whistle tick has made you insanely good at whistling, or were you always good? I feel like being forced to practice whistling my whole life has made me better at it. I don't think I'd be this good without the Tourette's, because first of all, I whistle as a tick, so I obviously will whistle very often, whether I want to or not. But also, I don't tick when I whistle tunes, which helps me to seem like less of a pervert, or like less terrifying in public, because people have assumed that I'm on drugs or that I have mental health issues in public because of my tics. So if I'm walking behind a bunch of school kids, it's easier to just whistle a tune while I'm walking behind them than to, like, you know, play prison time roulette and wonder whether or not I'm gonna offer them a fisting or threaten to fuck their dad. So yeah, I whistle tunes intentionally and have gotten better at it, but like, I was able to whistle since I was a toddler. I'm not kidding. I used to take my dummy out of my mouth to whistle. And I used to go, that was like one of my early tics. And people used to think it was my mom because no one would look at a tiny little girl, you know, and think that she made that sound. So people would think that my mom was hitting on them when she wasn't. And men that she totally wasn't into would stop her and be like, hey, you know, and she'd be like, don't do that. It's not funny. And thinking that I was doing it because it's funny. I wasn't. I just couldn't help it. But like, I didn't understand that when I was really young. So there was no real getting around it. I love you. But yeah, I've been watching the show that I forgot the name of yet again. Maybe you can help me out. It's on Amazon and it's short animations that are based on computer games. And Secret Level, thank you. I just watched the one about Concord and it's so good. God damn it. It's so good. Like, genuinely one of my favorite ones for the whole series. And at the end of it, you then remember, oh, wow, what happened with Concord, the game. And you're like, oh, damn. Like, fuck, you know? Yes, the Concord one was very, very good. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't, it's worth watching. Very, very much worth watching. I'd say, like, one of the top things I've seen is the Blue-Eyed Samurai. Press 1 if you've ever seen the Blue-Eyed Samurai, because if you haven't, I don't care whether you're into animated like shows or not. Like, the story is insanely good. Like, one of the best things I've ever seen, series or film. One of the best things I've ever seen. And I don't say that lightly. I've watched a fuck ton of films and like series and shows and YouTube videos and all sorts. I have consumed a metric fuck ton of visual media, and I've got to say the Blue-Eyed Samurai is one of the most top tier things I've ever watched in my life. You know? Give Castlevania a shot, you'll love it. I liked Castlevania. I feel like one of the things that let it down is initially as you're getting into it, it is a bit cheesy. It is a bit cheese. And I feel like if it's a little less cheesy, it would have a higher score for me, but it's still good, very top. Castlevania is like a very high quality show. Just a bit cheesy. Huh. The Blue Light Samurai? No, the Blue-Eyed Samurai. It's about a samurai who is having to lead a very secretive and very difficult life because of their genetic traits. I won't spoil it too much, but the Blue-Eyed Samurai is about someone who has experienced a lot of prejudice because people are very narrow-minded and don't really like some things about them. So they live a life of isolation, and navigating the world at the time is very, very challenging for them. But they do it and they are amazing. And like, they're not an entirely flawless person. They do some terrible things throughout their life. It's not one of this like, I'm a hero come to save the day kind of shows. It's like very believable and very, very human. But it has an element of fantasy and art. It's beautiful to look at. Like, the way that everything is presented is visually stunning. The story is incredibly fucking, like, breathtaking and memorable, and, like, it has twists and turns that, like, are insane. And I don't think it's a very predictable show. I don't think you know where it's going at all. And I like that. It was very well crafted and it was engaging. I was hooked. I paid attention to every minute of it, which is something because I have ADHD and I have to watch shows in like 5 to 10 minute increments. Like I'll watch a little bit of something while I'm eating. I can't sit and watch a whole movie, for example. But this was really fucking easy for me to watch because it was just so engaging. And I feel like it left it open to have another, what's the word? Another like it looks like it's not over, another series. So there should be more, hopefully. I was invested as hell. It was bomb. I agree. I loved it. I love you. Shut up. I kind of wish the Halo show was still happening. Yeah, that was really good. Oh my god. I feel like it is very devastating when shows get cancelled. Oh yeah, and with the Secret Level series, I'd say like there's one that's based on Pac-Man, and the direction they took it in is just like, holy fuck! What? Like there is no other way to describe how they made Pac-Man into a episode. It's so dark and outlandish, and it completely reframes your view of what's going on in that little 2D game where the man goes whop 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 and just eats the balls until he can eat the ghosts. Like yeah, if you've seen it, you know. If you know, you know. But oh my god, whoever came up with that narrative from that game, like whoever made that narrative from the game is a genius, is a creative genius that belongs on a watch list. Because how do you make something so traumatizing out of something like that, but also such creative genius? That's how you know the difference between vegans and vegetarians. What? Which one belongs on a watch list? I'm not gonna ask which one's which. But I assume that you mean the ones that, like, still want to drink the titty juice and vag nuggets? Jerry Hooser, thank you so much. If you liked anthologies, did you like the stuff from Oat Studios? That rings a bell. My brain is really bad. Was there an episode of that where there was like a man who was a god during the war on Vietnam, and he distorted realities to punish the American soldiers who invaded his land? Yes, and also the alien species that tortured people by skinning them and plastering them to the surface of the Eiffel Tower, dangling them to die, and the screams could be heard for miles. Was that them too? Where they made they made torture buildings where they would like do open brain surgery on people and stuff without anesthetic? Because if that was all Oat Studios, then yeah, I loved Oat Studios. That was outstanding. I was hooked. Holy fuck. I mean, some of them were shit, but most of them were like, oh my god, brain-etchingly good. Like, I forget a lot of the stuff I've seen. I'm never gonna forget that stuff. Oh my god. The bit where he like that weird Vietnamese god was like teleporting them into alternate realities so that they could be killed by their own army in a different reality. The river god. Yeah! I was like, what a creative fucking way to destroy people. Love, Death, Robots wins anthologies for me. It was so amazing. Some of those were fucking amazing. I agree. Others kind of lost me there, but some of them were like, wow. Whoa. Like, wait, was that the one with that, like, there was an episode about the goddess in the river, in the lake, who tempted the conquistador? Yeah, the dancing lake goddess. Yeah, that was very, very cool. Like, I'll never forget that either. That was so good. So, so good. And the pool cleaning robot. Yes! What was that? Something blue? Someone has to know what kind of blue it was. Zima Blue, thank you so much. Yes, Zima Blue was really, really great. It was kind of like an Aesop's Fable, you know? Like, I grew up with little Aesop's Fable books. Dick, and like, they would have life stories like the tortoise and the hare and things like that, right? I feel like Zima Blue is like an Aesop's Fable. The Sunny's Edge with the monster fighting. Yeah, I mean, that one was a bit intense because it made some very, very on the nose comparisons to sexual violence. So, like, I knew exactly why it made those kind of like figurative comparisons. But at the same time, it was like very uncomfy to watch. It was like, "Ew." How long did it take you to get like 1.9 million followers? That's crazy. I think it was like a few months, if I'm honest with you. Like, I know it took like a couple of months to get up to something crazy like 600,000 followers here. I think I've got like somewhere between 6 and 7 million followers on everything at the moment, which is, it's insane. Like, that is not a comprehensible number. Like, I can't imagine that many people, but that many people know I exist. And that I can't fucking drive for shit. Like, if I told my childhood version of myself, hey, one day over, like, nearly 7 million people will know that you can't drive and that you're really shit at it and an absolute hazard. I'm like, what the fuck? How did that, why? Why did you do that? Like, why did you need people to know that? Like, what? We could have done anything. We could have been a fucking rocket surgeon. What? Driving badly? That's what I'm gonna do? And I'm like, no, that's just what people are gonna know about you. All that from 2 million chinchillas. All right. We're getting some niche references here. Yeah, I've been cancelled a few times, but like, I'm pretty at peace with the reasons why I got cancelled. Like, I got cancelled for the best reasons ever. I wouldn't take my cancellings back. Like, when you look at the average YouTuber, there are definitely worse reasons to be cancelled. I'm like, yeah, it's inevitable you're gonna get cancelled for something or other. I've seen people get cancelled for some stupid ass shit, like wearing the wrong makeup or something. Wearing the wrong makeup, you know, and life ruined, career down the drain. No, but like, and then I've seen people like not get cancelled enough for like outright pedophilia and shit, and been like, really? Really? You all still like that one? Okay. But the one who wore the makeup is cancelled. Okay, yep, all of this makes sense. This is totally a stable place to set up a career. Like, I'm so glad that you guys are paying my bills because you all seem so fucking reasonable. Dear God, right? But, like, at the same time, like, I got cancelled because of my Tourette's, and then I just used it to teach people about Tourette's, and it worked out just fine, you know? And, like, then people tried to say that I was a compulsive liar and that I was faking my Tourette's, and then I just said, yeah, here's all the proof that I'm not lying about anything I said. And they're like, oh, fuck. Okay, and they just went quiet. Nobody ever apologized for accusing me of being a compulsive liars or anything. Like, people just went quiet and kind of embarrassingly never spoke of it again. Okay? And then, like, what was the other thing? No, I think that's it. I think that's everything. They didn't even apologize? What the fuck? Well, to be fair, some of it was just like Redditors, and I don't expect every single random username on Reddit who's a bit of a like has a bit of a fetish for hating women to turn around and like message me personally and go, hey, I'm sorry I upvoted that random comment about you lying when you didn't actually lie. My bad. Although some people have hopped into my chat and donated to me and have like chucked me $5 and been like, hey, sorry for thinking ill of you. I should have done my research. My bad. Have a great life. You're actually pretty cool. I'm like, you know what? Thanks. You can carry on. Okay. Like, people would just like throw me $5. I used to think you were a bitch! But now you're alright. Bye. I'm like, what? So yeah, as far as getting cancelled goes, I'm like, yeah, not a bad experience. I'm not afraid of being cancelled now. Because when I first saw people get cancelled for stupid shit that isn't even cancelable, I was like, wait, what? We all hate him for this reason? Why? That's not even a bad reason. What the fuck? And everyone's like, yeah, get him. And I'm like, oh God, you people are savage. What the fuck? This is terrifying. What if this happens to me? And then like, it happened to me and I'm like, oh, this is actually okay. And it's crazy, it's terrifying. It's kind of like, I saw a guy who totally didn't, like, do the things he was accused of, and, like, someone accused him of doing them. And then he made a really long video that was like an hour long going, here, step by step, is every last drop of evidence that irrefutably proves I did not do this thing. And people were like, ah, that's very long, I'm not gonna watch it. And people just never uncancelled him. People just were like, I don't have the attention span to watch the evidence to the contrary, so you're just a bad person now, right? And I was like, could you imagine if that applied to any career? Like, if you worked, I don't know, if you had to study for like 20 years to do what you did, and like at any point someone could say, hey, he killed a kitten with a baseball bat, and everyone would go, oh, and you lose everything and you go, hey, I can actually prove that I was actually volunteering at an old folks home on the exact day at the exact time that this person said that I was hitting a kitten with a baseball bat, so you guys gotta let me have my job and everything back. And everyone's just like, no. And you just have to just like live the rest of your life having lost everything you worked for. That is content creation in a nutshell. And it's just how it works at all times, you know? Because people love to hate. It's not a lot of effort, but they really, really don't like fact checking. Hi. How does Tourette's affect your dating life, and what do guys think of it? Guys think that it's like some ding that makes me damaged. So like a lot of guys who are insecure and like believe that women are out of their league will hit on me because they think that I'm so damaged and so defective because of my Tourette syndrome, that because I'm borked mentally, that I will be lowly enough to date them because I won't have any other option. And the funniest thing about that is lots of men feel that way. So while each and every one of them thinks that when they go, don't worry, I don't mind that you have Tourette's, I think you're special, I still think you're great. They think that they're awarding me some form of sexual approval that I must be desperate for, because surely nobody would ever think that way. Meanwhile, there's like hundreds of men in my DMs thinking exactly that way, all like coming on to me. Like, you know, no one else knows that you're special, but I see it despite all the swearing. And it's like, yeah, I've gotten 7 messages like that this morning, and it's not the compliment you think it is. Like, you going, don't worry, I like you despite this thing about you that you cannot change ever, is not an appealing way to start a conversation at all. I love you, you slut. I love you, you slut. So how is a good way to start a conversation? Native Nerd, I kind of feel like I'm not going to give random people tips on how to hit on me because I don't really want to get hit on. Like, I'm not going to be like, hey, if you press XYZ on the keyboard, then I will sleep with you and be so impressed. Like, but no. Like, could you imagine if I was like, oh, well, I really love snake wrangling and love it when people give me snake wrangling tips. I've always been hoping that some beautiful Giga Chad would tell me all about their snake wrangling, you know, adventures. And then, because what's going to happen is there's going to be a bunch of guys pretending to be into snake wrangling in my DMs. And, like, that's not useful to me. Like, there are way too many people who will just fake any traits whatsoever to get pussy. Like, why would I help them? What the fuck is snake wrangling? I don't know. I hope I just made that up. I think I just made that up. I hope it's a made up thing. Honestly, I can't imagine it being good. Like, if I were to guess it was anything, I'd guess it was like when Steve Irwin pissed off snakes for views back in the day. It's just like him dangling a random snake and going, oh, crikey, this one's a little bit lively. You know? I think that's it. Ask you, thank you so much. I'm a guy and that's attractive. Winky face. Cool. I'm a girl and winky faces are not attractive. This interaction's been really educational, for at least one of us. Are you able to sleep with the Tourette's? Well, I mostly experience it. I don't try to sleep with it. But if you mean, like, actually, like, can I go unconscious with Tourette's without waking myself up? Mostly yes, but sometimes no. I have woken myself up with Tourette's, but it is rare. I feel like falling asleep is tough. But once I'm there, I'm good. I have looked it up and snake wrangling is a real term. Please tell me it's not on Urban Dictionary. Actually, no, please tell me it is on Urban Dictionary. Let's hope that we're leaving the snakes the fuck alone. I hope this is a euphemism. You're very intelligent, Anita. What's your IQ? I think I tested it drunk and it was the same as when I was a child. Wasn't that what happened? Wasn't it like 121 or something, or 112? And like, wasn't I telling you guys that that was my exact IQ when I was like 10 and I took the adult IQ test? So like, apparently I just regressed my childhood intelligence when I drink. Just good to know. I should probably retake it sober at some point and find out if I'm like smarter sober. Be funnier if I wasn't though. If I'm like a 90 without alcohol, that'd be fucking hilarious. Time to start buying loads of ginger wine then. Yeah, I'd be fucking unstoppable. Have you done a DNA test? I've done one of those tests that like finds out where your DNA is from. And I swear to God, it must be wrong because I don't think I'm a half Caribbean. I'm pretty sure I'm a quarter Caribbean. And like, it was saying that my DNA is like 48% or something African. And that'll be because my grandma from Trinidad, her genetics are probably from African slaves who were brought over to the Caribbean islands, is probably where that comes from. But she's my grandma. I shouldn't be 48%. It's a little bit confusing. I love your personality. Thank you. I never really hear that when I'm wearing a puffer jacket. I'm gonna choose to believe you, but usually when people say they love my personality, they're not really talking about my personality, or at least not on the internet. You know? I've never heard of my personality being big before until I started Twitch streaming. Honestly. Do you have a cat? I've had cats in the past, but I don't have a cat at the moment because I have prey animals and it would not really go well. I have a lot of prey animals. Chunky Dick. Chunky Dick, do you prefer cats or dogs more? I prefer cats more. I think dogs are great and I have met many dogs that I very much love. But cats, I feel like they can show you genuine love, whereas dogs typically just have Stockholm syndrome. Like, I feel like a cat chooses you and they choose to stay with you and they could leave at any time, which means it's genuine. Whereas a dog relies on you completely to survive and will submit to you and wag their tail even if you're abusive. Like, I've met dogs who are way too trusting and kind to owners who do not deserve them. A cat will tell you to go fuck yourself if you need to hear it. Like, they will treat you the way you fucking deserve. And I feel like that's good. I feel like it's genuine when it's reciprocal and when it's a choice to love you. And a cat can leave you. So you know it's love. It's real. It's not just that you're the access to food. They could pick anyone on the street to give them food. They're cute. You know? And I feel like that earns them a special place in my heart. Because, you know, you have to respect them. You don't have to respect a dog. So quite often people who don't like it when you have to earn respect and you have to like actually develop a relationship with someone in order to be appreciated by them. People who don't like that are a little bit of a red flag. So people who actively hate cats, I tend to stay away from them because it's usually a bad sign. A cat will eat you if you die. So will a dog. Dogs do also eat you when you die. Sometimes dogs will eat you when you're alive, or eat your children while they're alive. So I don't think that's something we can hold against cats specifically. Also, humans will eat your dead body when you die if you lock them in a small space with no other source of food. So not only would a cat do it, a dog would do it, but also a human would do it too if they were stuck with no other option and locked in a home with no escape and you were the only source of food left. Like, I kind of feel like we don't have a right to hold that against cats when that's like the average castaway experience among humans. Come on now. At least a cat will wait till you're dead. I feel like that puts them above dogs and humans. Cats either tend to be really smart or really silly, or both. And I kind of feel like that applies to us too. Like, humans are really stupid, but also kind of smart. That's a typical primate thing, though. I feel like it's a skill tree issue. We can have a lot of points in some kinds of smarts and absolutely none in other kinds of smarts. How are the girls shaking today, Anita? I genuinely had no clue what you were on about then. Like, I presume you're like at least muted or banned right now, but like, I for a minute there I was like, have you confused me with a streamer with like 2 daughters with epilepsy or something? Like, what is that? I was like, my brain was really stretching to find some sort of explanation for that comment. I just could not. It took so long. I was like, what the oh. You just chewed on it for a minute and didn't understand. Yeah, I was trying so hard. I just don't think in those ways. I just don't. I just don't. Well, like, I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? Like, I'm able to spot that somebody has a certain kind of body, or I'm able to spot when people are conventionally attractive or whatever, right? Or I will spot someone that I find attractive, even if other people wouldn't see it that way, right? And in those moments, my entire perception of them doesn't revolve around it. And it just feels like sometimes people like that are in my chat just cannot think of anything else. It's like they need to break into a wank to pay attention to anything. Like that, and everything revolves around the wankability of this situation. And they're so sensitive and it's so easily triggered. Yeah, because you don't need to see the hidden meaning on here. We do it for you. That is also true. I guess my reflexive muscle for like spotting innuendos and euphemisms and suggestive shit is weakened by the fact that I have a bunch of people to do that for me. I've outsourced that aspect. I don't have that skill. Double entendres are gonna fucking fly overhead. And not just because I'm short. Sips drink men think with one head at a time. I don't think I've ever heard it put that way, but it's a very, very... I feel like, yes, I'd like to be able to argue with you, but chat would prove me wrong in like 4 minutes time. On a slow day. Chat could never last that long? Okay, no, I spotted that one. That's definitely a double entendre. She detected that one. You know what's funny? Speaking of perviness, and dealing with it, right? I have to take one of those little scanner devices that scans like for hidden cameras and shit. I have to take that with me to travel for like hotel rooms and everything. Like how fucking crazy is that? Have you ever watched those YouTube videos where people so there was a guy and it's his job, he works for celebrities and stuff, and he has to scan rooms for listening and video devices. And like he was teaching this documentary maker how to look for them, and he hid like 30 devices in a hotel room and asked her to find them all, and like she couldn't find them all. There was ones disguised as smoke detectors, ones disguised as paintings, alarm clocks, you know, ones disguised as shower heads, you know, ones inside the toilet. Ugh. Why would you even want to? But like there were so fucking many, and like she found a fuck ton of them, and then he went and found the rest of them and like put them on the bed, and like they just kept coming and coming and coming. There were just so many of them. It was this monstrous pile. He deconstructed the room at that point. Yeah. Like it's to the point where I can't remember exactly where it is, but there's a country where basically women can't use the public restrooms because men keep sneaking in there and drilling holes into the wall and then putting like hidden cameras, tiny little pinhole cameras in the walls of the women's bathrooms, and it's like a really big problem. And like there are loads and loads of pictures online that you can see of like all this tissue just wedged into tiny holes. It looks like somebody shot into the cubicle and left loads of bullet holes, and then someone came in and just repaired it all with wet tissue. Like it's like a massive spray of them all along the walls, all along the back, and all like everywhere. And it's where the women are putting toilet tissue over cameras and camera drill holes. And like it's a really common thing. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And like the thing I want to ask them, the people who are into that stuff, the one thing I want to ask them is like, do you know that there is free porn? Like, are you aware? Because like the only way it can make sense to me, the only way, because like you're risking your liberty. It is illegal in those countries to do that, right? It's illegal. You will ruin your life for a view that you could get for free by typing a few words. You went and bought a whole ass camera and risked your life and liberty to get footage that was already on the internet for free from a willing person who wanted you to fucking see it. Like, I don't, like, that is the what for me. Like, does anyone fucking know? It's like the people who, like, risk everything to take upskirt pictures when there are literally women uploading willing upskirt pictures for free. Like, you could just put upskirt on the internet and find this. Why? Why? I could never be that down bad. Like, I have an imagination. Like, if I was into something awful, like, there would be no way that I would go out and do it if you could just picture it in your head. I don't, like, it just makes no sense. Like, and it makes me so glad I'm vanilla. Like, I know so many people are like, I don't want to be boring, I'm interesting, I'm not normal, fuck you. But, like, I'm so glad. Like, every day I read another fucking Florida man headline or some shit, and I'm so grateful I don't have, like, a kink. Imagine finding out that your kink is illegal and just being like, oh. Like, I just can't with this shit. Like, I'm like, there is also just the option to just not indulge it whatsoever. If there's not, like, some legal, totally, like, not harmful outlet, like, willing participants and shit, why not just not? Like, I could literally just go, you know what, I never want to wank again. And I would be fine. Like, I would not be, like, gripping the edge of the table, sweating, like, like, unable to focus, dying inside. But, like, how I can't imagine it. It has to be that level of desperation. I will never, and, like, the thing is, like, I genuinely, thanks, Tony, I don't think anybody is that horny. I don't think there is a level of horniness that exists where, like, at that point you just have no free will and cannot choose not to do it. Like, but it's beyond comprehension to me in every last fucking way. Yeah, my flabber is gasted. Absolutely. Someone asked, do you think that fetishes are nature or nurture or both? And I think that they are nurture. I think fetishes, no one's born wanting to fuck shoes. It's really weird. I probably hold the world record for how many times I've said that sentence in a lifetime. I bring it up at least a few times a stream. I've already brought it up once this stream. Nobody's born wanting to fuck shoes. I feel like we're a sexually malleable species, and that our environment shapes our sexual behavior, and that's by design. We are designed to adapt our sexual behavior according to our environment so that we can produce offspring in a multitude of situations. It makes us adaptable. We're meant to be able to be induced to fetishize certain circumstances, because if we didn't, we wouldn't be able to procreate under certain circumstances. I think an aspect of it is the part of your brain that is associated with shame is closely linked to the part of your brain that gets aroused and feels sexual feelings. So in every given society, the most taboo thing is often the most sexualized thing. Okay? So in homophobic societies, gay porn is one of the most popular searches. But in another country, like, it'll be another thing that's considered really, really taboo in your country. The most taboo things will be the things that are most fetishized in your country. Consistently. That is a proven, well-documented thing. You can go Google the top 5 Pornhub searches in every country, by country. It's fascinating. And it is directly related to the culture because humans are sexually malleable and your environment goads and decides your arousal level. Boobs are a secondary sex characteristic, and there are many tribes where women walk around with their tits out all the time. And in those tribes, it's very common for men to be completely indifferent to tits and to not fetishize them because they see them every day and they just think of them as a thing that people need for children. We used to wank over ankles. There used to be Victorian ankle porn because showing your ankles was considered lewd. Women had to be covered up at all times, and it was considered, you were considered a whore to show your ankles. So people were literally wanking over pictures of ankles. People developed ankle fetishes the minute it was taboo to look at them. I'm pretty sure if you made it taboo to look at oranges, there'd be people fapping over oranges tomorrow. That's just the way we fucking are. We're sexually malleable. And the best part about that is, we have made many societies where we make sexuality taboo. So the people who get horny and get turned on by something being forbidden were the ones who are most likely to have sex in that scenario. We create a situation where people who are turned on by taboos are the most likely to breed in societies that say that premarital sex and things like that are not allowed. So I feel like we're selectively bred to have fetishists, and that we'd have died out without them. What fetish they gain just depends on what they feel ashamed of at some point. Done. And that's all a nurture thing. I don't think that's a nature thing. Well, I think the nature is to be sexually malleable, but the actual kink itself is all nurture. And I know this because, like, I don't think that there were cavemen, like, 200,000 years ago who had balloon fetishes, but balloons weren't invented yet. So they just never found it out. I don't think that's how it works, okay? I feel like it's the other way around, where, like, you wouldn't develop a balloon fetish unless there were balloons. And unless you were put in a weird sexual situation regarding them. You know? Like, the only place that you were allowed to jerk off and had some privacy just happened to be the balloon cupboard at a fucking clown training place or something. You know, like some weird niche situation where you're budding sexuality. And it's often like your early sexuality. Like, quite often fetishes will develop when you're young. Like, you will be influenced by something random when you're first experiencing sexual feelings is quite often what happens. Like, quite a lot of people who have, like, a foot fetish or whatever can remember the first time that they were aroused by a foot. And, quite often, when you're first developing sexual feelings, your earliest attractions and sexual experiences can quite often be imprinted, and then you end up having a fetish for those situations forevermore. Like, that can be a way that people get kinks. And you don't always get a kink from your early sexual experiences, but that can be one of the many ways you get one. Especially if you were made to feel like this is a shameful situation. Shh. Woo! But yeah, that's absolutely my take on it. I think that kinks are nurture. I love you, you slut. I love you, you slut. I love you. Or is it that people go as depraved as society will allow, no end to the depth of depravity? I don't think that people go as depraved as society will allow, and I don't think that necessarily having a shoe fetish is depraved, if I'm quite honest with you. I think it's relatively harmless to jerk off over shoes, and if you're not hurting anyone, I don't know why I would shame you for that. Like, as long as you're not, like, making it anyone else's problem in a weird and inappropriate way, like, who cares? What's depraved about that? Like, do your thing. Like, I feel like having hang-ups and calling things depraved is quite often what makes them a fetish in the first place. Like, I feel like creating shameful feelings quite often creates aroused feelings at the same time. Like, do you know how many members of the KKK have been caught with, like, black trans sex workers? Because it's too many to be a coincidence at this point. Like, what you would be most ashamed of being attracted to is quite often linked to the things that would arouse you the most. But not everybody has a like shameful relationship with their sexuality. I know that like a lot of guys get post nut clarity where they finally wake up and they're like, whoa, what the fuck did I just jerk off to, man? That's embarrassing. I'm never telling anyone about that. Like, you know, so like, but I feel like, I don't know. There are other people who have like a really positive and healthy relationship with, you know, self-pleasure and don't really need to feel ashamed and don't ever like feel weird about what they just jerked off to. Like some people are like, time for some self-care, time to light some candles and, you know, take care of myself, you know, like not everybody has that relationship with their sexuality, but it's a very, very common relationship with your sexuality. Do women experience post-nut clarity? Well, the thing is, I can't speak for all fucking women. Believe it or not, we're not a hive mind. You know, we're not like a generic cookie cutter cut out where it's like, yes, we think like this. We all hate Ralph. Ralph sucks. Like, no, we don't all have the same relationship with our sexuality. There is no speaking for all women. We're really, really fucking diverse. But also, women can definitely become porn addicts. Far fewer percentage of women consume porn than men, you know? It's less than half of women, but it's almost all of men, statistically. But there are definitely women who become porn addicts, and I think that post-nut clarity is a very, very common thing that comes along with porn addiction. Like, quite a lot of people get the Coolidge effect where they need something more and more inappropriate to get off. So they start off watching something really, really vanilla, and before you know it, they've escalated and escalated to some pretty, really fucked up, horrible stuff. And, like, that can happen to anybody with a sexuality who consumes porn, potentially. Not everybody, but it can happen to anybody, right? So I think that would stem, like, I don't think that post-nut clarity is solely a male thing. Just on the basis that there are definitely female porn addicts, and post-nut clarity is definitely a common symptom of porn addiction. Piss off, piss off. But I don't know if you enjoyed this, but I should probably, I should cuck. I should probably go. But I've had fun. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know why there's so many of you today, but it's really, really cool. I've really genuinely enjoyed it. Yeah, I can raid. I can give you to like another good streamer. When are you back? I'm back on Saturday. We watch videos together on Saturday, and we're actually doing something special for Saturday. So on our Discord, you can there is a channel where you can submit a bingo card, and we're gonna swap around all the bingo cards. So if you make a bingo card, you can't use it during the stream. We're gonna give it to somebody else, and you're gonna receive somebody else's bingo card. And the first person to get a bingo will win a prize. So basically the bingo is you have to try and predict things that will happen on my stream and add them to bingo card and cross them out during the stream. And the first person to get a bingo wins. You can DM your bingo card to Tony, the mod. That is Tony the Pony. That's the mod you DM them to. Because obviously we have to vet them and make sure that they're not weird and inappropriate. You will get banned for making inappropriate ones that are like sexual or like fucked up. But like, you can be funny. In fact, I encourage it. So that's a special aspect of Saturday's stream. I've been meaning to make an announcement about it. I tried earlier today, but we needed to figure out some logistics on how it would all work. So I got a bit distracted and didn't finish it. But I'll finish that today. And yeah, we'll be watching videos together and having fun on Saturday. See you there. Oh yeah, and I was raiding. So let me go pick someone to give you to. Saltwater Dolphin, thanks for the resub, sweetheart. I love you. Let us. Blazing Majuro, thank you so much for the prime. I think I'm going to raid. This person. Mwah! There you go. Yeah, it worked. Okay. See you Saturday, everyone. Wait, it is Thursday, right? Right? Yes. Okay. Thank fuck. Okay. So yeah, I'll see you on Saturday. And I hope you have a fantastic weekend if I don't. Okay? Shush. You got fingers. It's Friday AM now. Yeah, it's still my Thursday, okay? I've got lag. Time is confusing. Oh, I'm glad you agree. I definitely find time incredibly shut up, very confusing. But somehow I still make it to each stream, just about. I feel like the average stream time at the moment has been 9 p.m. and I'm so glad that you guys still fuck off, still come and hang out with me regardless. Be good, everyone. I'm just gonna click raid now. It's been fun hanging around. Bye.